Hi guys. Scooted a bit. Oh, sorry for the squeak. Yeah, it's me. Hi. Welcome back. Hi Ella. Sorry for the squeaking again. My mic is just a little bit low. Hi Fish. Hi Gallant. Hi Ocean and Mel and Yargin. Also 3 stream streak. Let's heckin' go sooner. Yes. Hi Ellis. Let's see, let me just make sure I'm not missing anyone. And Faded, of course. I don't know if I said hi yet. Ooh. Thank you for the head pats. How's the Hi Marcy. How's the background music? Is it too loud? How's it sounding? I'm trying to fix my mic. Don't forget your redeem. Alright, I'll bark in a second. Let me just finish getting a little bit ready so I'm running a bit late. This hi Gallant. Hi Abhorred. Here, I'll do quiet barks. Hi Masam. Hello. So like people I play Kirby, you have to let me know how the Kirby game goes. Hi, oh my god, it's Nina. Hi Nina. You coming in just for when I have to bark. A bork. A borf. A woo. A wow. I don't know why I felt like I met you before last stream. Oh, yeah? Why is that? The 5 stream streak is pretty pog. And I'm glad you're having fun with Kirby, Masam. It seems like a fun game. A lot of people have been really excited for it. Let's see. And excuse me. And the background audio is good. It's not too loud, not too quiet. Having a blast non-stop with it. Hell yeah. I got barks, gotta lurk while I do work. No worries, Ellis. You have a good one. Thank you for the lurk. It's because I friended you on Discord. You have fun ASMRing? I am. I will. I'm so excited to read this out to you guys today. Listen, I'm a goddess of my word. I said we'd read it for ASMR tonight. I meant it. Photosynthesis. How you doing, Sizzle? Tortellini of her word? I am a tortellini of my word. Listen, I just really fuck heavy with tortellini. I think tortellini tastes better than ravioli. But I think it's because they, like, if I go to a nice restaurant and I ask for ravioli, they give me like 2 raviolis. But if I get a plate of tortellini, that's a whole meal right there. Oh, Barry knows. Barry was there. I think someone had asked her if they were like, oh, do you prefer... It is comfy nighttime. They'd asked her if like she prefers ravioli or tortellini, and then she was like, don't you bring that in here. And I was like, tortellini. So I mean, I would imagine she knows. Also, hi Ruben. Me and her beef. Honestly, I'm glad. She needs more people to beef with. In a healthy way. She's so friendly. I'm good. I'm excited to read The King in Yellow to you guys. Corvo recommended it. So I imagine that it'll be pretty zesty. But in a good way. But how are you all? Are you excited for ASMR tonight? I know it's been a minute since we've done like proper full send ASMR. You excited? Excited to get cozy, get eepy, get a little spooky? Is Zesty normally in a bed? Well, not normally, but you never know, Nina. You never know. Sometimes people might take it about it, and I'm like, no, being Zesty's good. It was very good. Oh my god! It's Banch! It's Banch! Hi, Banch. Can we go? Do we have any mods in chat? Mel, are you still here? I will shout you out. You never know if someone is using their zest for evil. Exactly. Everyone go follow Banch. We're gonna be doing a ASMR collab next Wednesday. I'm so excited. I've been wanting to collab with you for forever. All your models look fantastic. Must have taken a lot of time and care to make. The recolorings, yes, like this recoloring, just like the hair and the tail and everything. I think it took me like about an hour just because there's a lot of layers in this model. So it has like a lot of moving parts. So it does take a little bit of time, but I'm happy to do it. Listen, I love a good theme. And it's King in Yellow theme tonight. To stop drinking for good, now I'm drinking for evil. Yeah, it's a very similar concept to that. Let's see. I'm gonna pop you guys out so I can see you a little better. You really love the yellowy theme? Heck yeah. No, honestly, I'm glad. You really need to tune in more. Your voice is really soothing. Oh, just you wait. Let me actually start reading for you in a second. Where did you go? I lost you guys. I lost my chat. My beautiful chat. You have the Shork plush. Oh, I want a Shork plush. Shork. Alright. The Blaha. Oh. I went into IKEA the other day, and by the other day, I mean like almost 2 months ago now. And I had never seen the Blaha before. And I saw it for the first time, and I was like, you know what? I understand the hype. It's big, it's cozy, it's pretty dang cute. And like they had an octopus one that I really wanted as well. And I was like so close to going and picking it up and like bringing it home with me. But it was either I buy a bookshelf, which I desperately need for all my books, or I get a Blaha and an octopus. And weirdly enough, it was about the same price. I got it like 2 years ago and I can't sleep without it. That's how, so I will confess, I am a stuffed animal girly. I have multiple stuffed animals. I've always been a stuffed animal girly. When I was younger, I had these stuffed animal snakes that I would wrap around my body, and I couldn't go to bed without being fully covered in these stuffed animal snakes. Like there's pictures of me completely submerged under all these snakes, and like the only thing poking out is like my nose and my mouth. so that I could breathe. Not me being the only trans girl without a Blaha shark. Make a throne and just put the Blaha shark on it. We'll buy it for you. Yeah, you gotta get one. If it makes you feel any better, on a technicality, I too am a trans girl without a Blaha. So, you're not alone, Marcy. You're not alone. Trust. I'm gonna take a quick sip of my tea, and then we'll go ahead and get started with the story. There's about 300 pages. I'm gonna read through as much of The King in Yellow in one night tonight as I can. And then whatever I don't finish, I'll record tomorrow and upload as like a long YouTube video. A long red site video. Listen, it's Trans Visibility Week. Let's go. I think it should be government mandated that every trans girl gets a Blaha. Well, let me move you guys up a little bit. There you go. Now I can see you. When I hit my 20s, hi Leviathan. Gombore, gombore. Hello, yawn feet lover. You've come to the right place. You haven't been invisible. No. I see you. I see you. I see you, Nina. How you doing, Leviathan? Though, do you like stuffed animals? Both you, Leviathan, and yawn feet lover. Oh no. You're doing good. I'm happy to hear it. Hell yeah. Stuffed animal gang, rise up. That's why I keep a little war crime close by. We do be yawning in the EP ASMR streams. Listen, I want you guys to go to bed here. I want you to fall asleep to my voice. If you fall asleep to me, I consider that a job well done on my part. Goal achieved. Mission accomplished. You know? I have some, but I keep them in a little net thing. I got the big body pillow for Eepin. Ooh, hell yeah. I need a body pillow. I need a body pillow so bad. Hi, your boy. Oh, fuck. Wait. Your mangoes. Mew's gonna kill me because I never remember to open this. Because hi, your boy Lemon. How you doing? You know, it doesn't surprise me that your favorite stuffy is a cat squishmallow stuffed as a lemon. Or dressed as a lemon. Alright. A mango collection may commence. Just have a cat that sleeps on top of me. Yeah, I need to figure out a better way to not fall asleep when my cat lays on me, because she made me late for a meeting today, and I was like, it was a last minute meeting. It got put on my calendar randomly. It wasn't pre-planned, but she laid on my chest and I fully went to sleep like 2 seconds later, and I woke up like 3 hours later and I was like thankfully my boss was really cool, so he was like, don't worry about it, it happens to the best of us, because he has like 5 cats, so he understands. The life-size cat bug stuffy from Bravest Warrior. Oh, I see. The only thing I have as like a body pillow is just, I have 3 stuffed animals that I sleep with, and I kind of like line them up. I have my Grand Vizier, which is my fish, was my first stuffed animal I've ever had that wasn't. So I think technically, actually, my first stuffed animal is Simba from The Lion King. I had a Simba stuffed animal of him as a little cub because my parents gave it to me when I was a baby. It's a little worse for wear, so I keep it tucked away now. But the second stuffed animal I was ever given was a rainbow trout stuffed animal. That's like a realistic stuffed animal. And it was like as big as me apparently when I bought it, and it's still like pretty big. It's like about the size of my torso. Hi, Cruz. Yes, you were my fruit association. Yeah, I'm just telling you guys about my pet fish, my stuffed animal fish. And then I'm gonna drink another little sip of tea, and then we're gonna hop into it. Lemons have to be part of my personality. It's my last name. Exactly. But yeah, my mom kind of likes to give me a lot of shit for that, getting the fish, because she took me on a play date with one of her friends from work at the time, and her daughter got this like super cute pretty princess doll, and she was like, I didn't know what to do with you because you walked out with a fish the size of you. And I was just like, I like fish, what can I say? Man, I love fishing. Someone get me a MILF hat. Hi, Rabbit. Welcome in. It is Serena. Hello. We're reading The King in Yellow today. You ready? I'm gonna take my sip of tea, and then we'll be good. Along the shore, the cloud waves break. The twin suns sink behind the lake. The shadows lengthen in Carcosa. Ooh, I have cinnamon tea. It's my hot cinnamon sunset tea. What kind of tea do you have? Strange is the night where black stars rise and strange moons circle through the skies, but stranger still is lost Carcosa. Songs that the Hyades shall sing where flap the tatters of the king must die unheard in dim Carcosa. Song of my soul, my voice is dead. Die thou unsung as tears unshed shall dry and die in lost Carcosa. Kissuda Song in The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. I love hibiscus tea. It makes me so happy. It's also really good for when you're on your lady days. Helps with cramps. Liberty, yes, liberty. Yeah, get some Z's, Gallant. You too, Ruben. The repairer of reputations. Fuck, is that French? No one told me I needed to know French. Ne rayons pas le follet de plus longtemps que le nôtre. Voilà toute la différence. I didn't know, I don't know what that means. But I can just read. Toward the end of the year 1920, the government of the United States had practically completed the program. Thank you for the headbands. I don't speak or understand it, but I know of it. You know, it's close enough, Nina, it's close enough. And practically completed the program, adopted during the last months of President Winthrop's administration. The country was apparently tranquil. Everybody knows how the tariff and labor questions were settled. The war with Germany and incident on that country's seizure of the Samoan Islands had left no visible scars under the Republic, and the temporary occupation of Norfolk by the invading army had been forgotten in the joy over repeated naval victories and the subsequent ridiculous plight of General von Gartenlaub's forces in the state of New Jersey. The Cuban and Hawaiian investments had paid 100%, and the territory of Samoa was well worth its cost as a coaling station. The country was in a superb state of defense. Every coast city had been well supplied with land fortifications. The army, under the parental eye of the general staff, organized according to the Prussian system, had been increased to 3,000 men with a territorial reserve of 1,000,000, and 6 magnificent squadrons of cruisers and battleships patrolled the 6 stations of the navigable seas, leaving a steam reserve amply fitted to control home waters. Shit, I don't know any French people. I know a couple French people. My favorite fantasy language. Guys, French is real, please. Me talking to anyone from Quebec. I literally just got off the call with a person who's married to a Quebec person. They're real, they're out there. And I'm calling French fries freedom fries. Oh, I'd get down with freedom kissing. I'm sorry, that was weird of me. I'm gonna drink my tea now, and then I'm gonna read more. No, listen. Maybe it was just like a one-time thing. Maybe they won't bring up the French again. This does seem to like be alluding to the Second World War, though, or maybe the First. Which either way, I wasn't expecting. I was expecting this to be like fully fantastical. Let's see, where was I? The gentleman from the West had at last been constrained to acknowledge that a college for the training of diplomats was as necessary as law schools are for the training of barristers. Consequently, we were no longer represented abroad by incompetent patriots. The nation was prosperous. Chicago, for a moment paralyzed after a second great fire, had risen from its ruins, white and imperial and more beautiful than the white city which had been built for its plaything in 1893. Everywhere good architecture was replacing bad, and even in New York, a sudden craving for decency had swept away a great portion of the existing horrors. Streets had been widened, properly paved and lighted. Trees had been planted, squares laid out, elevated structures demolished, and underground roads built to replace them. What? Are you talking about the subways? What's more fantastical than reality? That's fair. Which is literally used in place of elfish. That's crazy. Do you know French then, Rabbit? The new government buildings and barracks were fine bits of architecture, and the long system of stone quays which completely surrounded the island had been turned into parks which proved a godsend to the population. The subsidizing of the State Theater and State Opera brought its own reward. The United States National Academy of Design was much like European institutions of the same kind. Nobody envied the Secretary of Fine Arts, either his cabinet position or his portfolio. The Secretary of Forestry and Game Preservation had a much easier time thanks to the new system of national mounted police. We had profited well by the latest treaties with France and England, the exclusion of foreign-born Jews as a measure of national self-preservation, the settlement of the new independent Negro state of Swanee, the checking of immigration, the new laws concerning naturalization, and the gradual centralization of power in executive all contributed to national calm and prosperity. Okay. This is the state of Swanee. Me too, though, here. Will it highlight for you guys if I highlight it? Swanee. No, but this isn't H.P. Lovecraft even. This is like a different guy. This a whole different dude. So H.P. Lovecraft was actually inspired by this story to write Whisperer in the Darkness. I thought the wait. Yeah, this is a whole different guy. Crazy. Well, oh cool. It's okay. Lovecraft gets a lot of credit for just kind of cosmic horror as a whole. It is commonly tied to Lovecraft lore, but it wasn't originally written by him. So let me see if I can go to the top here. The King in Yellow, dedicated to my brother. Written by F. Tennyson Neely? Yep, F. Tennyson Neely. That's who wrote it. Oh, nope, that's the publisher. Written by Robert W. Chambers. Apparently they also wrote The Quarter, if that means anything to you guys. But yeah, The King in Yellow. Not Lovecraft, but it's actually predates Lovecraft. Believe it or not. Let's see, where was I? Yeah, there's some interesting things in here. Evil H.P. Lovecraft be like, I love the unknown and I feel safe around air conditioners. I feel like evil Lovecraft is just like who he is as a person. Like, he's already pretty fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. But like, good Lovecraft, reformed Lovecraft would be like, I love the unknown. Evil Lovecraft is literally Mr. Rogers. Dude. Shout out to Mr. Rogers. Truly international sensation. Like Bizarro Lovecraft. Dude, his cat's name is crazy. Me knowing his cat's name. If you don't know, you can look it up, but look it up at your own risk. Are we reading the Chambers stories? I'm late. We are. We are, Corvo. We've come across some interesting things already with it, admittedly. I'm a cat from one of his short stories. What? Gallant, beware. It's bad. Gallant, beware. And Clark Ashton Smith. Can you send me that name raised, please? I'd really appreciate it. We are on the repair of reputations. Hi Hawk Moth, welcome in. Following too many ASMR VTubers, I think I will hit the following cap again. Do it. How you doing? You ready to get cozy and sleepy with me tonight, Hawk? A lot less overtly racist given to me now. I'll check out his stuff. It was actually edited out after, we decided as a society that it's not cool to name a cat that. Yeah, you're right, it isn't cool to name a cat that. Oh? Why am I freezing? What's happening? Why did I freeze? That can't be good. Oh no! It's the King in Yellow, he's coming for me. Whoa. Any adopted that was already named that? I don't know. Either way, you can change a cat's name once you adopt it. Alright. Where were we? What is this sentence? What is this sentence that I have to read? When the government solved the Indian problem and squadrons of Indian cavalry scouts in native costume were substituted for the pitiable organizations tacked onto the tail of skeletonized regiments by a former Secretary of War, the nation drew a long sigh of relief. Corvo, what have you recommended to me to read? What is this? When after the colossal congress of religions, bigotry and intolerance were laid in their graves and kindness and charity began to draw warring sects together, many thought the millennium had arrived, at least in the New World, which after all is a world by itself. Learn to be... It's sounding like you're rapping. But self-preservation is the first law. And the United States had to look on in helpless sorrow as Germany, Italy, Spain, and Belgium writhed in the throes of anarchy, while Russia, watching from the Caucasus, stooped and bound them one by one. In the city of New York, the summer of 1899 was signalized by the dismantling of the elevated railroads. The summer of 1900 will live in the memories of New York people for many a cycle. The Dodge. My dumbass literally almost was like the Doge statue, and I was like, did this guy really predict Doge? It is definitely a product. You know, just in case. I agree. Yeah, I don't agree with that. If anything, give the land back. That's my stance on it. Jesus. You know, when I was a kid, I actually wasn't allowed to watch Pocahontas or anything like that because of the way that it depicted Native Americans. Pocahontas, the Disney movie, is actually a very inherently racist depiction of how the colonization went down. And it's just like really sad to see. And my dad had grown up on an Indian reservation, so he saw like firsthand how like they're treated and like what their actual customs and practices are. I was allowed to watch Spirit, Stallion of the Cimarron, so if you want a good movie with good Indian representation that's animated, Spirit. Not Pocahontas, especially not Pocahontas 2. And here it is, and it's out of context, you know. Nah, I was raised right. I was raised right. So you don't have to worry about that. Oh, perfect. Bless. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I low-key was gonna get a little worried. They did gallant. It's rough. The summer of 1900 will live in the memories of New York people for many a cycle. The Dodge statue was removed in that year. In the following winter began the agitation for the repeal of the laws prohibiting suicide, which bore its final fruit in the month of April 1920, when the first government lethal chamber was opened on Washington Square. The what? I had walked down that day from Dr. Archer's house on Madison Avenue. Oh, it's loading. Native American, not Indian. Yeah, exactly. Hi, Lily. How you doing? Nomad Sculpt just crashed and I forgot to turn on autosave. No. Thank you, Raised. Ugh. No, the page isn't loading. Wait, let me refresh. Oh, Jesus. Okay, here it is, here it is. I'm reading it on the archive. Oh, that cute goblin girl I was sculpting, no. It's nice to see you too, Lily. Nah. Well, come in. Oh, by the way, did you get the payment? Silky should have sent it over a little bit before stream. Gonna eat my spicy chicken BRB. You go eat that spicy chicken. Let me know how it is. Okay. I had walked down that day from Dr. Archer's house in Madison Avenue, where I had been as a mere formality. Ever since that fall from my horse 4 years before, I had been troubled at times with pains in the back of my head and neck, but now for months they had been absent, and the doctor sent me away that day saying there was nothing more to be cured in me. It was hardly worth his fee to be told that. I knew it myself. Still, I did not grudge him the money. What I minded was the mistake which he made at first. When they picked me up from the pavement where I lay unconscious and somebody had mercifully sent a bullet through my horse's head, I was carried to the Dr. Archer. No, the horse. I'm sad now. No, of course. I really appreciated you submitting a drawing for it, Lily. It really meant a lot to me. No. And he, pronouncing my brain affected, placed me in his private asylum where I was obliged to enter treatment for insanity. At last he decided that I was well, and I, knowing that my mind had always been as sound as his, if not sounder, paid my tuition, as he jokingly called it, and left. Who talking about me? Marcy? Have a good night, Lemon. Thank you for hanging out for a little bit tonight. You go eat. Eat well, Bubba girl. I told him, smiling, that I would get even with him for his mistake, and he laughed heartily and asked me to call once in a while. I did so, hoping for a chance to even up accounts, but he gave me none, and I told him I would wait. The fall from my horse had fortunately left no evil results. On the contrary, it had changed my whole character for the better. From a lazy young man about town, I had become active, energetic, temperate, and above all else, ambitious. There was only one thing which troubled me. I laughed at my own uneasiness, and yet it troubled me. During my convalescence, I had bought and read for the first time The King in Yellow. I remember after finishing the first act that it occurred to me that I had better stop. I started up and flung the book into the fireplace. The volume struck the barred grate and fell open on the hearth in the firelight. If I had not caught a glimpse of the opening words in the second act, I should never have finished it. But as I stooped to pick it up, my eyes became riveted to the open page, and with a cry of terror, or perhaps it was of joy so poignant that I suffered in every nerve, I snatched the thing out of the coals and crept shaking to my bedroom, where I read it and reread it, and wept and laughed and trembled with a horror which at times assails me yet. This is the thing that troubles me, for I cannot forget Carcosa, where black stars hang in the heavens, where the shadows of men's thoughts lengthen in the afternoon, when the twin suns sink into the lake of Hali, and my mind will bear forever the memory of the pallid mask. I pray God will curse the writer, as the writer has cursed the world with this beautiful, stupendous creation, terrible in its simplicity, irresistible in its truth. A world which now trembles before the King in Yellow. When the French government seized the translated copies which had just arrived in Paris, London, of course, became eager to read it. It is well known how the book spread like an infectious disease. The book spread like an infectious disease from city to city, from continent to continent. Barred out here, confiscated here, denounced by press and pulpit, censored even by the most advanced of literary anarchists. No definite principles had been violated in those wicked pages, no doctrine promulgated, no convictions outraged. It cannot be judged by any known standard yet, although it was acknowledged that the supreme note of art had been struck in The King in Yellow. All felt that human nature could not bear the strain, nor thrive on words in which the essence of purest poison lurked. The very banality and innocence of the first act only allowed the blow to fall afterward with more awful effect. It was, I remember, the 13th day of April 1920, that the first government lethal chamber was established on the south side of Washington Square between Wooster Street and South Fifth Avenue. Also, Mia wanted to join stream tonight, but her Wi-Fi is donkey dongle, so she's asleep. No. Thank you for letting me know. I hope she's okay. Oh, that makes me sad. Poor Froge. Sleep well, Miu. Sleep well. Let's see. The block, which had formerly consisted of a lot of shabby old buildings used as cafes and restaurants for foreigners, had been acquired by the government in the winter of 1898. The French and Italian cafes and restaurants were torn down. The whole block was enclosed by a gilded iron railing converted into a lovely garden of lawns, flowers, and fountains. No, thank you. I would appreciate that a lot, actually. In the center of the garden stood a small white building, severely classical in architecture and surrounded by thickets of flowers. 6 Ionic columns supported the roof, and the single door was of bronze. A splendid marble group of the Fates stood before the door, the work of a young American sculptor, Boris Ivan, who had died in Paris when only 23 years old. The inauguration ceremonies were in progress as I crossed University Place and entered the square. I threaded my way through the silent throng of spectators, but was stopped at 4th Street by a cordon of police. A regiment of United States Lancers were drawn up in a hollow square around the lethal chamber. On a raised tribune facing Washington Park stood the governor of New York, and behind him were grouped the mayor of New York and Brooklyn, the inspector general of police, the commandant of state troops, Colonel Livingston, military aide to the President of the United States, General Blount, commanding at Governor's Island, Major General Hamilton, commanding the garrison of New York and Brooklyn, Admiral Buffby of the fleet in the North River, Surgeon General Lansford, the staff of the National Free Hospital, Senators Wise and Franklin of New York, and the Commissioner of Public Works. The tribune was surrounded by a squadron of hussars of the National Guard. The governor was finishing his reply to the short speech of the Surgeon General. I heard him say, "The laws prohibiting suicide and providing punishment for any attempt at self-destruction has been repealed. The government has seen fit to acknowledge the right of man to end an existence which may have become intolerable to him through physical suffering or mental despair." What? It is believed that the community will be benefited by the removal of such people from their midst? Yo, fuck this guy. Fuck this guy for real, dude. No mames. Anyway, if you need help, please call your local helpline. Your local crisis helpline. Don't listen to this guy. He's dumb. He read The King in Yellow. He's a stupid head. You're a snicky. You're smarter than that. Nah. That's crazy. Since the passage of this law, the number of suicides in the United States has not increased. Now that the government has determined to establish a lethal chamber in every city, town, and village in the country, it remains to be seen whether or not that class of human creatures from whose desponding ranks creatures I see. Interesting choice of words, you piece of fuck. from whose desponding ranks new victims of self-destruction fall daily, will accept the relief thus provided. He paused and turned to the white lethal chamber. The silence in the street was absolute. There a painless death awaits him who can no longer bear the sorrows of this life. If death is welcome, let him seek it there. Then quickly turning to the military aide of the president's household, he said, "I declare the lethal chamber open," and again facing the vast crowd he cried in a clear voice, "Citizens of New York and of the United States of America, let me, the government declares, the lethal chamber to be open." The solemn hush was broken by a sharp cry of command. The squadron of hussars filed after the governor's carriage. The lancers wheeled and formed along Fifth Avenue to wait for the commandant of the garrison, and the mounted police followed them. I left the crowd to gape and stare at the white marble death chamber, and crossing South Fifth Avenue, walking along the western side of the thoroughfare to Bleecker Street. Then I turned to the right and stopped before a dingy shop which bore the sign, Hauberk, Armorer. Honestly, Marcy, maybe. So welcome home, Cruz. Welcome home. You get that popcorn. Yeah. I glanced in at the doorway and saw Hauberk busy in his little shop at the end of the hall. He looked up and, catching sight of me, cried in his deep, hearty voice, "Come in, Mr. Castaigne." Constance, his daughter, rose to meet me as I crossed the threshold and held out her pretty hand, but I saw the blush of disappointment on her cheeks and knew that it was another Castaigne she had expected, my cousin Louis. Yeah, get fucked. I know he's not the governor who said it, but I'm sorry, narrator, for catching a stray. Maybe I'll withhold my apology just in case. I smiled at her confusion, complimented her on the banner which she was embroidering from a colored plate. Old Hauberk sat riveting the worn greaves of some ancient suit of armor, and the ting, ting, ting of his little hammer sounded pleasantly in the quaint shop. Pleasantly in the quaint shop. Presently, he dropped his hammer and fussed about for a moment with a tiny wrench. The soft clash of the mail sent a thrill of pleasure through me. We all got our kinks. I love to hear the music of steel brushing against steel, the mellow shock of the mallet on thigh pieces, and the jingle of chain armor. That was the only reason I went to see Hauberk. He had never interested me personally, nor did Constance, except for the fact of her being in love with Louis. This did occupy my attention and sometimes even kept me awake at night. Why, though, if you don't care? Yeah, I don't like her. Just keeps me up at night that she likes another guy. Okay, buddy. But I knew in my heart that all would come right, and that I should arrange their future as I expected to arrange that of my kind doctor, John Archer. However, I should never have troubled myself about visiting them just then, had it not been, as I say, that the music of the tinkling hammer had for me this strong fascination. She wore that chainmail Hauberk. I want chainmail lingerie so bad. I need it. I would sit for hours, listening and listening, and when a stray sunbeam struck the inlaid steel, the sensation it gave me was almost too keen to endure. My eyes would become fixed, dilating with a pleasure that stretched every nerve almost to breaking. Just fuck the chainmail, my guy. I see. Until some movement of the old armorer cut off the ray of sunlight, then still thrilling secretly, I leaned back again to the sound of the polishing rag. Swish, swish, rubbing rust from the rivets. From the rivets. from the rivets. Constance worked with the embroidery over her knees, now and then pausing to examine more closely the pattern in the colored plate from the Metropolitan Museum. "Who is this for?" I asked. Hauberk explained that in addition to the treasures of armor in the Metropolitan Museum, of which he had been appointed armorer, he also had charge of several collections belonging to rich amateurs. This was the missing greave of a famous suit which a client of his had traced to a little shop in Paris on the Quai d'Orsay. He, Hauberk, had negotiated for and secured the greave, and now the suit was complete. He laid down his hammer and read me the history of the suit, traced since 1450 from owner to owner until it was acquired by Thomas Stainbridge. When his superb collection was sold, this client of Hauberk's bought the suit, and since then the search for the missing greave had been pushed until it was, almost by accident, located in Paris. Hi, Seraph. Hello. How you doing, baby? You ready to get cozy with us tonight? Cozy and spooky. Did you continue to search so persistently without any certainty of the greave being still in existence? I demanded. Hi, bub. You just missed me talking about, reading about a guy wanting to fuck a piece of armor. A homie is desperate out here. How you doing? The humana. Give yourself a little shout out, bub. Guys, in case you didn't know, Silky here, our beloved Mr. Silk, is actually nominated for Best Small Streamer of the Year. Oh, hold on, let me get the link. Bob, where's the link? I'm getting it. I got it. Hi, Boydsie. Hi, Turbo. Your mouth is open? Okay. Well, Turbo, if you want me to give you your your daily milkies, you're gonna have to vote for Mr. Silk ASMR for Best Small Streamer of the Year for me. Do you think you can do that? How you doing, though, Boydsie? We're reading spooky stories. I just came in to say hi. No, vote for him. Do you like spooky stories, Boydsie? But I get double milk this time? Of course. Look. I'll put him down. You can get double milk, I promise. Oh, nah. No spooky story scary. Oh. Well, I will say, the story hasn't been spooky so far. He's literally just talked about how being racist was good and that he wants to fuck a suit of armor because, the way the light shines on it is super sexy. And literally, that basically sums up what we've read. No, the cancelled is real. Hi, Crow! Oh my god, it's Crow. Hi, Crow. Thank you for the care package. The Pix package. I miss Pix. Yeah, it's crazy. I will reiterate again, if you need help and you, are feeling really bad and, you wanna call a crisis helpline, don't do what this guy's saying to do. He's dumb. I missed seeing you as well, Crow. I'm just stretching my legs real quick. Crow is just built different. I fucking guessed. But I agree, cancelled for sure. But yeah, I think right when it was yeah, Native Americans aren't a problem for us anymore, I was I have to put up some kind of disclaimer that I don't agree with any of this. Thank you, Gallant, for the suggestion, by the way. Because you were by the way. I have missed you, Crow. I'm glad you're feeling a little better. The first time I read that bit, you and me both, Corvo. So, for the new people who have hopped in just for a second here, to catch you up, essentially, there's no good way to say it. They basically were like, yeah, we put all like the African Americans in one place and we removed the Native Americans totally, and the nation sighed a breath of relief. Shut the fuck up. We want them here. I want them here. And then it was also like, oh, if you want to die, go into our government appointed lethal chambers, which is crazy. And it also was like, we basically removed any option for immigration. I can't wait to see them all die. I can't wait to see the King in Yellow get their asses. Yeah. No, for real. Thankfully, this is like some fantasy book, but still, like, bro. And he's like talking about this book called like The King in Yellow, and he was like, oh, curse the author that wrote this. Let me go look at Pretty Armor. And that's pretty much where we're at. Is he is in the armory talking to his friend Hauberk in order to get his fix, I guess. He literally was like, I wouldn't have stopped in the armory today if I didn't hear the tinkling of the hammer on metal. He literally was like, my pupils dilated with tantalizing pleasure at the sound. Like, okay, buddy. It's crazy. Until you get to the racism stuff with the author. Oh, we got there. We got there shockingly quickly. Did you continue the search so persistently without any certainty of the Grieve being still in existence? I demanded. Of course, he replied coolly. Then for the first time, I took a personal interest in Hauberk. Wait, is he gay? Potentially redeemable. Okay. But only on that front. It was worth something to you, I ventured. No, he replied, laughing. My pleasure in finding it was my reward. Have you no ambition to be rich? I asked, smiling. My one ambition is to be the best armorer in the world, he answered gravely. Constance asked me if I had seen the ceremonies at the lethal chamber. She herself had noticed cavalry passing up Broadway that morning and had wished to see the inauguration, but her father wanted the banner finished and she had stayed at his request. Did you see your cousin, Mr. Castaigne, there? She asked with the slightest tremor of her soft eyelashes. No, I replied carelessly. Lewis's regiment is maneuvering out in Westchester County. I rose and picked up my hat and cane. Are you going upstairs to see the lunatic again? Laughed old Hauberk. If Hauberk knew how I loathe the word lunatic, he would never use it in my presence. It rouses certain feelings within me which I do not care to explain. However, I answered him quietly. I think I shall drop in and see Mr. Wilde for a moment or two. Poor fellow, said Constance with a shake of her head. It must be hard alone, to live alone year after year, poor, crippled, and almost demented. It is very good of you, Mr. Castaigne, to visit him as often as you do. I think he is vicious, observed Hauberk, beginning again with his hammer. I listened to the golden tinkle on the Grieve plates. When he had finished, I replied, No, he is not vicious, nor is he in the least demented. His mind is a wonder chamber from which he can extract treasures that you and I would give years of our lives to acquire. Sorry guys, it's no longer my mind palace, it's my wonder chamber. I have to retreat to my wonder chamber, guys. Excuse me. Narita-kun says never go to battle without your armor, if you know what I'm saying. If you know what I'm saying. Something, your wonder chamber sex joke. Something. Hallberg laughed. I continued a little impatiently. He knows history as no one else could know it. Nothing, however trivial, escapes his search, and his memory is so absolute, so precise in details that were it known in New York that such a man existed, the people could not honor him enough. Nonsense, muttered Hallberg, searching on the floor for a fallen rivet. It is nonsense. Oh, my dyslexia. Is it nonsense? I asked, managing to suppress what I felt. Is it nonsense when he says that the tassets and corsairs of the enameled suit of armor commonly known as the Prince's Emblazoned can be found among a mass of rusty theatrical properties, broken stoves, and rag pickers refuse in a garret in Pell Street? Hallberg's hammer fell to the ground, but he picked it up and asked, with a great deal of calm, how I knew that the tassets and left corsairs were missing from the Prince's Emblazoned. I did not. No, until Mr. Wilde mentioned it to me the other day. He said they were in the garret of 998 Pell Street. Nonsense, he cried, but I noticed his hand trembling under his leathern apron. Is this nonsense too? I asked pleasantly. Is it nonsense when Mr. Wilde continually speaks of you as the Marquis of Avonshire and of Miss Constance? I did not finish, for Constance had started to her feet with terror written on every feature. Hallberg looked at me and slowly smoothed his leathern apron. That is impossible, he observed. Mr. Wilde may know a great many things. About armor, for instance. In the Prince's Emblazoned, I interposed, smiling. Yes, he continued slowly. About armor also. Maybe, but he is wrong in regard to the Marquis of Avonshire, who, as you know, killed his wife's traducer years ago, and went to Australia where he did not long survive his wife. Mr. Wilde is wrong, murmured Constance. Her lips were blanched, but her voice was sweet and calm. Let us agree, if you please, that in this one circumstance, Mr. Wilde is wrong, I said. Chilling. I would be freaking out if I was Hallberg, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Chambers is actually older than Lovecraft. They just do like very similar things from what I understand, so like there's a lot of crossover between their work. I climbed the 3 dilapidated flights of stairs which I had so often climbed before and knocked at a small door at the end of the corridor. Mr. Wilde opened the door and I walked in. When he had double-locked the door and pushed a heavy chest against it, he came and sat down beside me, peering up into my face with his little light-colored eyes. Half a dozen new scratches covered his nose and cheeks, and the silver wires which supported his artificial ears had become displaced. I thought I had never seen him so hideously fascinating. He had no ears. The artificial ones, which now stood out at an angle from his fine wire, were his one weakness. They were made of wax and painted a shell pink, but the rest of his face was yellow. He might better have reveled in the luxury of some artificial fingers for his left hand, which was absolutely fingerless, but it seemed to cause him no inconvenience, and he was satisfied with his wax ears. He is very small, scarcely higher than a child of 10, but his arms were magnificently developed, and his thighs as thick as any athlete's. Still, the most remarkable thing about Mr. Wilde was that a man of his marvelous intelligence and knowledge should have such a head. It was flat and pointed like the heads of many of those unfortunates whom people imprison in asylums for the weak-minded. Many called him insane, but I knew him to be as sane as I was. I do not deny that he was eccentric. The mania he had for keeping that cat and teasing her until she flew at his face like a demon was certainly eccentric. I can never understand why he kept the creature, nor what pleasure he found in shutting himself up in his room with the surly, vicious beast. I remember once glancing up from the manuscript I was studying by the light of some tallow dips, and seeing Mr. Wilde squatting motionless on his high chair, his eyes fairly blazing with excitement, while the cat, which had risen from her place before the stove, came creeping across the floor right at him. Before I could move, she flattened her belly to the ground, crouched, trembled, and sprang into his face. Howling and foaming, they rolled over and over on the floor, scratching and clawing until the cat screamed and fled under the cabinet, and Mr. Wilde turned over on his back, his limbs contracting and curling up like the legs of a dying spider. He was eccentric. Mr. Wilde had climbed into his high chair, and after studying my face, picked up a dog's-eared ledger and opened it. Henry B. Matthews, he read. Bookkeeper with Wysott and Company, dealers in church ornaments. Called April 3rd. Reputation damaged on the racetrack. Known as a welcher. Reputation to be repaired by August 1st. Retainer, $5. He turned the page and ran his fingerless knuckles down the closely written columns. P. Green Dusenberry, minister of the gospel, Fair Beach, New Jersey. Reputation damaged in the Bowery. To be repaired as soon as possible. Retainer, $100. He coughed and added, called April 6th. Then you are not in need of money, Mr. Wilde, I inquired. Listen, he coughed again. Miss C. Hamilton Chester of Chester Park, New York City, called April 7th. Reputation damaged at Dieppe, France. To be repaired by October 1st. Retainer, $500. Note, C. Hamilton Chester, Captain USS Avalanche, ordered home from South Sea Squadron, October 1st. Well, I said, the profession of a repairer of reputations is lucrative. His colorless eyes sought mine. I only wanted to demonstrate that I was correct. You said it was impossible to succeed as a repairer of reputations, that even if I did succeed in certain cases, it would cost me more than I would gain for it. Today I have 500 men in my employ who are poorly paid, but who pursue the work with an enthusiasm which possibly may be born of fear. These men enter every shade and grade of society. Some even are pillars of the most exclusive social temples. Others are the prop and pride of the financial world. Still others hold undisputed sway among the fancy and the talent. I choose them at my leisure from those who reply to my advertisements. It is easy enough. They are all cowards. I could treble the number in 20 days if I wished. So you see, those who have in their keeping of reputations and their fellow citizens, I have in my pay. They may turn on you, I suggested. He rubbed his thumb over his cropped ears and adjusted the wax substitutes. I think not, he murmured thoughtfully. I seldom have to apply the whip, and then only once. Besides, they like their wages. How do you apply the whip? I demanded. His face for a moment was awful to look upon. His eyes dwindled to a pair of green sparks. I invite them to come and have a little chat with me, he said in a soft voice. A knock at the door interrupted him, and his face resumed its amiable expression. Who is it? He inquired. Mr. Stalet, was the answer. Come tomorrow, replied Mr. Wilde. Impossible, began the other, but was silenced by a short bark from Mr. Wilde. Come tomorrow, he said. We heard somebody move away from the door and turn the corner by the stairway. Who is that? I asked. Arnold Stalett, owner and editor-in-chief of the great New York Daily. He drummed on the ledger with his fingerless hand, adding, I pay him very badly, but he thinks it's a good bargain. Arnold Stalett, I repeated, amazed. Yes, said Mr. Wilde with a self-satisfied cough. The cat, which had entered the room as he spoke, hesitated, looked up at him and snarled. He climbed down from the chair and, squatting on the floor, took the creature into his arms and caressed her. The cat ceased snarling and presently began a loud purring, which seemed to increase in timbre as he stroked her. Where are the notes? I asked. He pointed to the table, and for the 100th time I picked up the bundle of manuscript. Entitled The Imperial Dynasty of America. What the fuck? Dystopian indeed. One by one I studied the well-worn pages, worn only by my own handling, and although I knew all by heart from the beginning, when from Carcosa, the Hyades, Hastur, and Aldebaran to Castaigne, Louis de Calvados, born December 19th, 1877. But he's not Louis. Why is he reading this? The obsession go crazy. I read it with an eager, rapt attention, pausing to repeat parts of it out loud and dwelling especially on Hildred de Calvados, only son of Hildred Castaigne and Edith Landis Castaigne, first in succession, etc., etc. When I finished, Mr. Wilde nodded and coughed. Speaking of your legitimate ambition, he said, how do Constance and Louis get along? She loves him, I replied simply. The cat on his knee suddenly turned and struck at his eyes, and he flung her off and climbed onto the chair opposite me. And Dr. Archer. And that's a matter you can settle any time you wish, he added. Yes, I replied, Dr. Archer can wait, but it is time I saw my cousin Louis. It is time, he repeated. Then he took another ledger from the table and ran over the leaves rapidly. We are now in communication with 10,000 men, he muttered. We can count on 100,000 within the first 28 hours, and in 48 hours the state will rise en masse. The country follows the state, and the portion that will not, I mean California in the northwest, might better never be inhabited. I shall not send them the yellow sign. The blood rushed to my head, and I only answered, a new broom sweeps clean. The ambition of Caesar and of Napoleon pales before that which could not rest until I had seized the minds of men and controlled even their unborn thoughts, said Mr. Wilde. You are speaking of the king in yellow, I groaned with a shudder. He is a king who emperors have served. I am content to serve him, I replied. You fucking dumbass, bro. Complains about the author who wrote The King in Yellow, and yet is sitting here being like, yeah, I'd serve him. I'd be one of his acolytes. Unreliable narrator who? Unreliable narrator where? Crazy. It is, though, it is. Mr. Wilde sat rubbing his ears with his crippled hand. Perhaps Constance does not love him, he suggested. I started to reply, but a sudden burst of military music from the street below drowned my voice. the 20th Dragoon Regiment, formerly in garrison at Mount St. Vincent, was returning from the maneuvers in Westchester County to its new barracks on East Washington Square. It was my cousin's regiment. They were a fine lot of fellows in their pale blue, tight-fitting jackets, jaunty busbies and white riding breeches with the double yellow stripe into which their limbs seemed molded. Every other squadron was armed with lances, from the middle points of which fluttered yellow and white pennons. The band passed, playing the regimental march. Then came the colonel and staff, the horses crowding and trampling, while their heads bobbed in unison and the pennons fluttered from their lance points. The troopers who rode with the beautiful English seat looked brown as berries from their bloodless campaign among the farms of Westchester, and the music of their sabers against the stirrups and the jingle of spurs and carbines was delightful to me. Stu just really likes the sound of metal hitting metal. I saw Lewis riding with his squadron. He was as handsome an officer as I have ever seen. Mr. Wilde, who had mounted a chair by the window, saw him too, but said nothing. Lewis turned and looked straight at Hawberk's shop as he passed, and I could see the flush on his brown cheeks. I think Constance must have been at the window when the last troopers had clattered by and the last pennons vanished into South Fifth Avenue. Mr. Wilde clambered out of his chair and dragged the chest away from the door. "Yes," he said. "It is time that you saw your cousin Lewis." He unlocked the door, and I picked up my hat and stick and stepped into the corridor. The stairs were dark. Groping about, I set my foot on something soft which snarled and spit, and I aimed a murderous blow at the cat. But my cane shivered to splinters against the balustrade, and the beast scurried back into Mr. Wilde's room. That's what you fucking get, bro. Why would you try to hit a cat? With a cane? On God, you deserve everything bad that happens to you. Just for that alone. Just for that alone. No, for real. Passing Hawberk's store again, I saw him still at work on the armor, but I did not stop. And stepping out into Bleecker Street, I followed it to Wooster, skirted the grounds of the Lethal Chamber, and crossing Washington Park went straight to my rooms in the Benedict. Here I lunched comfortably, read the Herald and the Meteor, and finally went to the steel safe in my bedroom and set the time combination. The 3 3/4 minutes which it is necessary to wait while the time lock is opening are to me golden moments. From the instant I set the combination to the moment when I grasp the knobs and swing back the solid steel doors, I live in an ecstasy of expectation. Those moments must be like moments passed in paradise. I know what I am to find at the end of the time limit. I know what the massive safe holds secure for me alone. And the exquisite pleasure of waiting is hardly enhanced when the safe opens and I lift from its velvet crown a diadem of purest gold, blazing with diamonds. I think he just likes to be edged. Like, that's just the vibe that I'm getting. Like, he likes watching things get made. He likes hearing the tink tink tink. He likes the weight. He likes the knobs. I think you just like being edged, my dude. I think you need to, like, get boned or something. Cue, like, the Brooklyn Nine-Nine, like, bone! How dare you, Detective Diaz? I am your superior officer. Bone! I think he just needs to have, like, a little play buddy, you know? I feel like all of his issues would be solved. I do this every day. And yet, the joy of waiting and at last touching again the diadem only seems to increase as the days pass. It is a diadem fit for a king among kings, an emperor among emperors. The king in yellow might scorn it, but it shall be worn by his royal servant. Okay. I'm sorry. On God, if someone ever came to me and was like, sometimes I like to touch my diadem in secret, and I follow this guy named the King in Yellow, and he's pretty cool, but he wouldn't really like it if I wore it, but it's for me, I don't know if I would talk to them again. I'd be like, I don't know what you're on, but seek help. No way, dude. I'm sorry, can I go on like a quick rant for a second? Totally unrelated to the book, unrelated to anything that we're talking about here. So you guys know how I did the art contest that I did, right? And I offered for all of the artists that participated like $20. And there's this one person, I'm happy to work with them, don't get me wrong, but I'm like, I really only have PayPal to work with. And they're like, well, what if you paid me in crypto? I just got the message come through my banners on my phone. So I apologize for the distraction. But they're like, what if you paid me in crypto? And it's like, I'm not gonna pay you in crypto, my guy. Yeah, in crypto. Like, that's so cringe. I don't know. I have to see if I can work something out with them, because like I did offer it and I do want to do it, because like they did, like the art they did still was very good, but like you can't even get me to invest in crypto. I'm not gonna pay anyone in crypto. No way. And it, like, respectfully, it's not even a good crypto. Not that there is really any good crypto, but you know what I mean. You know what I mean. It's not like you have a region that can't accept PayPal, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and ultimately, like, if I can't figure out a payment with them, I'm just gonna have to be like, hey man, I'm sorry. If you stream, I'll gift you 20 subs or something, but I'm not doing crypto. You can't pay me. Yeah, it is. Oh. Anyway, back to the story. That was just my little... I wanted to bring that up for a sec, because I was like, no way someone really just asked me if I can pay them in crypto. That would be insane. It's not for me. I respect the hustle for people who are into that, but it's not for me. Let's see. The king in yellow might scorn it, but it shall be worn by his royal servant. I held it in my arms until the alarm on the safe rang harshly, and then tenderly, proudly, I replaced it and shut the steel doors. I walked slowly back into my study, which faces Washington Square, and leaned on the windowsill. The afternoon sun poured into my windows, and a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the elms and maples in the park, now covered with buds and tender foliage. A flock of pigeons circled about the tower of the memorial church. Ooh, the fuck was that? Oh, my water bottle tipped over. I walked slowly back into my study, which faces Washington Square, and leaned on the windowsill. The afternoon sun poured into my windows, and a gentle breeze stirred the branches of the elms and maples in the park, now covered with buds and tender foliage. A flock of pigeons circled about the tower of the memorial church, sometimes alighting on the purple-tiled roof, sometimes wheeling downward to the lotus fountain in front of the marble arch, The gardeners were busy with the flower beds around the fountain, and the freshly turned earth smelled sweet and spicy. A lawnmower drawn by a fat white horse clinked across the green sward, and watering carts poured showers of spray over the asphalt drives. Around the statue of Peter Stuyvesant, how do I say that name? Stuyvesant? Peter Stuyvesant, which in 1897 had replaced the monstrosity supposed to represent Garibaldi. Children played in the spring sunshine. And gombore, welcome in. Get cozy with us. And nurse girls wheeled elaborate baby carriages with a reckless disregard for the pasty-faced occupants, which could probably be explained by the presence of half a dozen trim dragoon troopers languidly lolling on the benches. Through the trees, the Washington Memorial Arch glistened like silver in the sunshine, and beyond on the eastern extremity of the square, the gray stone barracks of the dragoons and the white granite artillery stables were alive with color and motion. I looked at the lethal chamber on the corner of the square opposite. A few curious people still lingered about the gilded iron railing, but inside the grounds the paths were deserted. I watched the fountains ripple and sparkle. The sparrows had already found this new bathing nook, and the basins were crowded with the dusty feathered little things. 2 or 3 white peacocks picked their way across the lawns, and a drab-colored pigeon sat motionless on the arm of one of the fates, and it seemed to be a part of the sculptured stone. As I was turning carelessly away, a slight commotion in the group of curious loiterers around the gates attracted my attention. A young man had entered, and is advancing with nervous strides along the gravel path, which leads to the bronze doors of the lethal chamber. He paused a moment before the fates as he raised his head to those 3 mysterious faces. The pigeon rose from its sculpted perch, circled about for a moment, and wheeled to the east. The young man pressed his hands to his face, and then in an undefinable gesture, sprang up the marble steps. The bronze doors closed behind him, and half an hour later, the loiterers slouched away, and the frightened pigeon returned to its perch in the arms of fate. I put on my hat and went out into the park for a little walk before dinner. As I crossed the central driveway, a group of officers passed, and one of them called out, "Hello, Hildred," and came back to shake hands with me. It was my cousin Louis, who stood smiling and tapping his spurred heels with his riding whip. "Just back from Westchester," he said. "Been doing the bucolic, milk and curds, dairy maids and sunbonnets who say, 'Hell,' and I don't know when you tell them they're pretty. I nearly died for a square meal at Delmonico's. What's the news?" Shout out to Louis. He literally said, "Hello, cousin, long time no see. Just in case it wasn't clear, I get bitches." Just in case there was any doubt about it, I pull. That's crazy. A man literally just died, and you're like, dairy maids and sunbonnets, am I right? Crazy work, Louis. What's the news? "There is none," I replied pleasantly. "I saw your regiment coming in this morning." "Did you? I didn't see you. Where were you?" "In Mr. Wilde's window." "Oh, hell," he began impatiently. "That man is stark mad. I don't understand why you—" He saw how annoyed I felt by his outburst, and begged my pardon. "Really, old chap," he said, "I don't mean to run down a man you like, but for the life of me I can't see what the deuce you find in common with Mr. Wilde. He's not well bred, to put it generously. He's hideously deformed. His head is the head of a criminally insane person. You know yourself, he's been in an asylum. What the fuck does that mean?" Was that like a thing that people actually did back in the day, where it was like, If you have a weird head, clearly, you're... What? You know yourself, he's been in an asylum. So have I interrupted calmly. Lewis looked startled and confused for a moment, but recovered and slapped me heartily on the shoulder. You were completely cured, he began, but I stopped him again. I suppose you mean that I was simply acknowledged never to have been insane. Oh, ads, dang it. I meant to dismiss them. Are you guys in ads right now? Is anyone in jail? There was phrenology, which was the study of the shape of your head. Ooh, that's true. No ads. I'm continuing on then. Perfect, perfect. Wait, did they really, Marcy? It's like the blood types all over again. I suppose you meant that I was simply acknowledged never to have been insane. Of course, that's what I meant, he laughed. I disliked his laugh, because I knew it was forced. But I nodded gaily and asked him where he was going. Lewis looked after his brother officers who had now almost reached Broadway. We had intended to sample a Brunswick cocktail, but to tell you the truth, I was anxious for an excuse to go and see Hawberk instead. Come along, I'll make you my excuse. We found old Hawberk, neatly attired in a fresh spring suit, standing at the door of his shop and sniffing the air. I had just decided to take Constance for a little stroll before dinner, he replied, to the impetuous volley of questions from Lewis. We thought of walking on the park terrace along the North River. At that moment, Constance appeared and grew pale and rosy, but turned as Lewis bent over her small, gloved fingers. I tried to excuse myself, alleging an engagement uptown. But Lewis and Constance would not listen, and I saw I was expected to remain and engage old Hawberk's attention. After all, it would just be as well as if I kept my eye on Lewis, I thought. And when they hailed a Spring Street horse car, I got in after them and took my seat beside the armorer. The beautiful line of parks and granite terraces overlooking the wharves along the North River, which were built in 1910 and finished in the autumn of 1917, had become one of the most popular promenades in the metropolis. They extended from the Battery and 190th Street, overlooking the noble river and affording a fine view of the Jersey Shore and the highlands opposite. Cafes and restaurants were scattered here and there among the trees, and twice a week military bands from the garrison played in the kiosks on the parapet. It actually ended up leading to the understanding of brain areas and how they affected different areas of sensation. Oh. Ooh. Yes, obviously phrenology is BS, but that part is good. The message above is good. We sat down in the sunshine on the bench at the foot of the equestrian statue of General Sheridan. Constance tipped her sunshade to shield her eyes, and she and Lewis began a murmuring conversation which was impossible to catch. Old Hawberk, leaning on his ivory-headed cane, lighted an excellent cigar, the mate to which I politely refused, and smiled at vacancy. The sun hung low above the Staten Island woods, and the bay was dyed with golden hues reflected from the sun-warmed sails in the shipping in the harbor. Brigs, schooners, yachts, clumsy ferry boats, their decks swarming with people. Railroad transports carrying the lines of brown, blue, and white freight cars, stately sound steamers, déclassé tramp steamers, coasters, dredgers, scows, and everywhere pervading the entire bay, impudent little tugs puffing and whistling officiously. These were the crafts which turned the sunlit waters as far as the eye could reach. In calm contrast to the hurry of sailing vessel and steamer, a silent fleet of white warships lay motionless midstream. Constance's merry laugh aroused me from my reverie. "What are you staring at?" she asked. "Nothing. The fleet," I smiled. Then Lewis told us what the vessels were, pointing out each by its relative position to the old red fort on Governor's Island. "That little cigar-shaped thing is a torpedo boat," he explained. "There are 4 more lying close together. There are the Tarpon, the Falcon, the Sea Fox, and the Octopus. The gunboats just above are the Princeton, the Champlain, the Stillwater, and the Erie. Next to them lie the cruisers Farragut and Los Angeles, and above them the battleships California and Dakota, and the Washington, which is the flagship." "Hi, Trisamino. Thank you for the lurk." "Those 2 squatty-looking chunks of metal which are anchored there off Castle William are the double-turreted monitors, terrible and magnificent. Behind them lies the ram, Osceola." Constance looked at him with deep approval in her beautiful eyes. "What loads of things you know for a soldier," she said. "Oh my god." This is gonna keep him up all night, isn't it? "Hi, Xander. Welcome in. How you doing? If there's any mods awake, can we get a little shout out for Xander, please? I did an interview on his channel recently. We're reading The King in Yellow. Are you familiar with the story?" "What loads of things you know for a soldier," she said, and we all joined in the laugh which followed. Presently, Lewis rose with a nod to us and offered his arm to Constance, and they strolled away along the river wall. Hawberk watched them for a moment and then turned to me. "Mr. Wilde was right," he said. "I have found the missing tassets and left Cosette of the Princes emblazoned in a viled old junk garret in Pell Street." 998, I inquired, with a smile. "Yes." "Mr. Wilde is a very intelligent man," I observed. "I want to give him the credit of his most important discovery." "Hi, Kim." "Hi, Kim." Here, since I think some of my mods are asleep here, which is totally okay. Let me give you a little shout out. Yeah, if you guys could go give him a follow, he's pretty cool. How you doing though, Kin? I hope you're having a really good night. But gallant, that's my official title. What do you mean? Mr. Wilde is a very intelligent man, I observed. I want to give him the credit of this most important discovery, continued Hawberk, and I intend it shall be known that he is entitled to the fame of it. He won't thank you for that, I answered sharply. Please say nothing about it. Do you know what it is worth? Asked Hawberk. No, $50 perhaps. It is valued at $500. But the owner of the Prince's emblazoned will give $2,000 to the person who completes his suit. That reward also belongs to Mr. Wilde. He doesn't want it, he refuses it, I answered angrily. What do you know about Mr. Wilde? He doesn't need the money. He is rich, or will be, richer than any living man except myself. What will he care for money then? What will he care, he and I, when what? Demanded Hawberk, astonished. You will see, I replied, on my guard again. Mans almost let spill their whole plan because he can't keep his composure. I am the goddess of the hunt. with feet. It's not my kink. Listen, it's more for the people than for me. Trust. You have to trust me, Gallant. No, we're not. We're not talking about the feet kink that I don't have. I'm just comfortable catering to the feet kink. It's different. Stop. Here's the thing too, though. Here's how, like, I rationalized it in my brain. If I see anything feet related and I'm like, ooh, people would like that, then, like, I know it's good, because it's not like something that I usually, like, actively seek out. So if I see it and I'm like, yeah, they'll like that one, then I know it's fire. You know what I mean? For sure. Shut the fuck up, Marcy. Anyway, back to the story. Hold on, I have to burp. Excuse me. You'll see, I replied, on my guard again. He looked at me narrowly, much as Dr. Archer used to, and I knew he thought I was mentally unsound. Perhaps it was fortunate for him that he did not use the word lunatic just then. No, I replied to his unspoken thought. I am not mentally weak. My mind is as healthy as Mr. Wilde's. I do not care to explain just yet what I have on hand, but it is an investment which will pay more than mere gold, silver, and precious stones. It will secure the happiness and prosperity of a continent, yes, a hemisphere. Oh, said Hawberk. And eventually, I continued more quietly, it will secure the happiness of the whole world. 3 cheers for the extremes. 3 cheers. Hip hip hooray, hip hip hooray. Mwah. Who are in the feet? Totally not me would like this. This is like me saying the feet kink. It's just a bit. I see. You know, maybe that's a journey that I'll have to go down with myself later in time, but for now, it's King in Yellow time. By the way, I believe you, Marcy, 100%. Not a doubt in my mind. Yeah, sure. Yes, 3 cheers, Kin. I really appreciate your guys' support. It means a lot to me. I can't win. It's okay. Nah. Let's see, where was I? And eventually, I continued more quietly. It will secure the happiness of the whole world. And incidentally, your own happiness and prosperity as well as Mr. Wilde's. Exactly, I smiled. But I could have throttled him for taking that tone. He looked at me in silence for a while and then said very gently, "Why don't you give up your books and studies, Mr. Castaigne, and take a tramp along the mountains somewhere or other? You used to be fond of fishing. Take a cast or 2 at the trout and the wranglies." "I don't care for fishing anymore," I answered without a shade of annoyance in my voice. "You used to be fond of everything," he continued. "Athletics, yachting, shooting, riding." "I have never cared to ride since my fall," I said quietly. "Ah, yes, your fall," he repeated, looking away from me. I thought this nonsense had gone far enough, so I turned the conversation back to Mr. Wilde, but he was scanning my face again in a manner highly offensive to me. "Mr. Wilde," he repeated, "do you know what he did this afternoon?" He came down the stairs and nailed a sign over the hall door next to mine. It read, "Mr. Wilde, repairer of reputations, third bell." I think the first time watching you was on the way home from the airport or one of. Ooh. Let's go. I hope you had, clearly you had like pretty safe travels because you made it home, but I hope the flight back then wasn't too bad for you, Kin. I'm glad you all found me. I like having y'all here. Do you know what a repairer of reputations can be? I do, I replied, suppressing the rage within. Oh, he said again. Lewis and Constance came strolling by and stopped to ask if we would join them. Hallberg looked at his watch. At the same moment, a puff of smoke shot from the casemates of Castle William, and the boom of the sunset gun rolled across the water and was re-echoed from the highlands opposite. The flag came running down from the flagpole, and the bugles sounded on the white decks of the warships, and the first electric lights sparked out from the Jersey shore. As I turned into the city with Hallberg, I heard Constance murmur something to Lewis which I did not understand. But Lewis whispered, "My darling," in reply. This playboy is gonna break her heart, and then she's gonna go running to this absolute dingus of a narrator. Oh. Bro. Anyway. Let me confirm my suspicions here. Lewis whispered, "My darling," in reply. And again, walking ahead with Hallberg through the square, I heard a murmur of "sweetheart" and "my own Constance." And I knew the time had nearly arrived when I should speak of important matters with my cousin Lewis. I want to make a prediction. I think that this fucking dingaling has decided that Constance is going to be his queen at the rise of the empire or whatever. But because Constance currently has like the hots for his brother, he's like, "Hey man, we need to have a talk because she's gonna be my queen, and it doesn't matter that she likes you because I want her, even though I say that I don't want her, but the fact that she likes you and not me keeps me up at night." More people need to go to therapy. Not that like the therapy back then was like super helpful clearly, but like jeez. Ooh, have a good night, Xander. Thank you for stopping by and hanging out a little bit. It was really nice seeing you. You have a good night, okay? He's gonna sack a knight to make a pawn a queen. Basic chess move, honestly. That's a crazy way of putting it, but I don't think you're wrong. One morning, early in May, I stood before the steel safe in my bedroom, trying on the golden jeweled crown. The diamonds flashed fire as I turned to the mirror, and the heavy beaten gold burned like a halo about my head. I remembered Camilla's agonized scream and the awful words echoing through the dim streets of Carcosa. Excuse me. They were the last lines in the first act, and I dared not think of what followed. dare not, even in the spring sunshine, were in my own room, surrounded with familiar objects, reassured by the bustle from the street and the voices of the servants in the hallway outside. For those poisoned words had dropped slowly into my heart, as death sweat drops upon a bedsheet and is absorbed. Trembling, I put the diadem from my head and wiped my forehead, but I thought of Hastur and of my own rightful ambition, and I remembered Mr. Wilde as I had laughed left him. What? As I had laughed? As I had last left him. His face all torn and bloody from the claws of that devil's creature, and what he said, what he said. The alarm bell in the safe began to whir harshly, and I knew my time was up. But I would not heed it, and replacing the flashing circlet upon my head, I turned defiantly to the mirror. I stood for a long time absorbed in the changing expression of my own eyes. The mirror reflected a face which was like my own, but wither and so thin that I hardly recognized it, and all the time I kept repeating between my clenched teeth, "The day has come, the day has come," while the alarm in the safe whirred and clamored and the diamonds sparkled and flamed above my brow. I heard a door open but did not heed it. It was only when I saw two faces in the mirror. It was only when another face rose over my shoulder and two other eyes met mine. I wheeled like a flash and seized a long knife from my dressing table, and my cousin sprang back, very pale, crying, "Hildred, for God's sake!" And then as my hand fell, he said, "What the heck?" Sorry, that's not what he said, but my model just froze weirdly. I think I fixed it though. Okay, hopefully that works. "Hildred, for God's sake!" Then as my hand fell, he said, "It is I, Lewis. Don't you know me?" I stood silent. I could not have spoken for my life. He walked up to me and took the knife from my hand. "What is all of this?" he inquired in a gentle voice. "Are you ill?" "No," I replied, but I doubt if he heard me. "Come, come, old fellow," he cried. "Take off that brass crown and toddle into the study. Are you going to a masquerade? What's all this theatrical tinsel, anyway?" He's not gonna like that. I was glad he thought the crown was made of brass and paste, yet I didn't like him any better for thinking so. I let him take it from my hand, knowing it was best to humor him. He tossed the splendid diadem in the air, and catching it, turned to me smiling. "It's dear at 50 cents, he said. "What's it for?" I did not answer, but took the circlet from his hands, and placing it in the safe, shut the massive steel door. The alarm ceased its infernal din at once. He watched me curiously, but did not seem to notice the sudden ceasing of the alarm. He did, however, speak of the safe as a biscuit box. Fearing lest he might examine the combination, I led the way into my study. Lewis threw himself on the sofa and flicked at flies with his eternal riding whip. He wore his fatigue uniform with the braided jacket and jaunty cap, and I noticed that his riding boots were all splashed with red mud. "Where have you been?" I inquired. "Jumping mud creeks in Jersey," he said. "I haven't had time to change yet. I was rather in a hurry to see you. Haven't you got a glass or something? I'm dead tired. Been in the saddle 24 hours. I gave him some brandy from my medicinal store, which he drank with a grimace. "Damned bad stuff," he observed. "I'll give you an address where they sell brandy that is brandy." "It's good enough for my needs," I said indifferently. "I use it to rub my chest with." He stared and flicked at another fly. See here, old fellow, he began. I've got something to suggest to you. It's 4 years now that you've shut yourself up here like an owl, never going anywhere, never taking any healthy exercise, never doing a damn thing but poring over these books up there on the mantelpiece. He glanced along the row of shelves. Napoleon, 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 he read. For heaven's sake, have you nothing but Napoleons here? I wish they were bound in gold, I said. But wait, yes, there is another book. The King in Yellow. I looked him steadily in the eye. Have you never read it? I asked. I? No, thank God, I don't want to be driven crazy. I saw he regretted his speech as soon as he had uttered it. There was only one word which I loathe more than I do lunatic, and that word is crazy. But I controlled myself and asked him why he thought The King in Yellow was dangerous. Oh, I don't know, he said hastily. I only remember the excitement it created and the denunciations from pulpit and press. I believe the author shot himself after bringing forth this monstrosity, didn't he? I understand he's still alive, I answered. It's probably true, he muttered. Is it Wilde? Is Wilde the author? That's probably true, he muttered. Bullets couldn't kill a fiend like that. It is a book of truths, I said. Yes, he replied, of truths which send men frantic and blast their lives. I don't care if the thing is, as they say, the very supreme essence of art. It is a crime to have written it, and I, for one, shall never open its pages. Is that what you have come to tell me? I asked. I believe for a moment my heart ceased to beat. Oh, wait, I skipped a whole sentence. Is that what you've come to tell me? I asked. No, he said. I came to tell you that I am going to be married. I believe for a moment my heart ceased to beat, but I kept my eyes on his face. Yes, he continued, smiling happily, married to the sweetest girl on earth. Constance Hawberk, I said mechanically. How did you know? He cried, astonished. You messy bitch, as if you weren't flirting in front of him the whole time. How did you know? Oh, my darling, my sweetheart, my own Constance. Right in front of his face? You know what you're doing. I low-key think like Lewis likes to get under this guy's skin, and honestly, I don't blame him. How did you know? He cried, astonished. I didn't know it myself until that evening last April, when we strolled down to the embankment before dinner. When is it to be? I asked. It was to have been next September, but an hour ago a dispatch came ordering our regiment to the Presidio of San Francisco. We leave at noon tomorrow. Tomorrow, he repeated. Just think, Hildred. Tomorrow I shall be the happiest fellow that ever drew breath in this jolly world, for Constance will go with me. It's gonna go so well. He's a bit of an overconfident, a little bit of a ball bag. I'm glad you guys like the playlist video that I picked for tonight. I offered him my hand in congratulation, and he seized and shook it like the good-natured fool he was, or pretended to be. I'm going to get my squadron as a wedding present, he rattled on. Captain and Miss Louis Castaigne, eh, Hildred? When he told me where it was to be and who were to be there, and made me promise to come and be best man, made him best man and everything. Holy shit. I set my teeth and listened to his boyish chatter without showing what I felt, but I was getting to the limit of my endurance, and when he jumped up and, switching his spurs till they jingled, said he must go, I did not detain him. "There's one thing I want to ask of you," I said quietly. "Out with it, it's promised," he laughed. "I want you to meet me for a quarter of an hour's talk. Tonight." "Of course, if you wish," he said, somewhat puzzled. "Where?" "Anywhere, in the park there." "What time, Hildred?" "Midnight." "What in the name of—" he began, but checked himself and, laughing, assented. I watched him go down the stairs and hurry away, his saber banging at every stride. He turned into Bleecker Street, and I knew he was going to see Constance. I gave him 10 minutes to disappear, then followed in his footsteps, taking with me the jeweled crown and the silken robe embroidered with the yellow sign. When I turned into Bleecker Street and entered the doorway which bore the sign, "Mr. Wilde, Repairer of Reputations, Third Bell," I saw old Hallberg moving about in his shop and imagined I heard Constance's voice in the parlor, but I avoided them both and hurried up the trembling stairways to Mr. Wilde's apartment. I knocked and entered without ceremony. Mr. Wilde lay groaning on the floor, his face covered with blood, his clothes torn to shreds. Drops of blood were scattered about the carpet, which had also been ripped and frayed in the evidently recent struggle. "It's that cursed cat," he said, ceasing his groans and turning his colorless eyes at me. "She attacked me while I was asleep. I believe she will kill me yet." This was too much, so I went into the kitchen and, seizing a hatchet from the pantry— No mames, way. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No way is he gonna kill this cat. What? This was too much, so I went into the kitchen and, seizing a hatchet from the pantry, started to find the infernal beast and settled her then and there. My search was fruitless. Thank God. Oh my God. My search was fruitless, and after a while I gave it up and came back to find Mr. Wilde squatting in his high chair by the table. He had washed his face and changed his clothes. The great furrows which the cat's claws had plowed up in his face he had filled with collodion? What is that? Collodion? And a rag hid the wound in his throat. I told him I should kill the cat when I came across her, but he only shook his head and turned to the open ledger before him. He read name after name of the people who had come to him in regard to their reputation, and the sums he had amassed were startling. "I put on the screws then," he explained. "One day or other some of these people will assassinate you," I insisted. "Do you think so?" he said, rubbing his mutilated ears. It was useless to argue with him, so I took down the manuscript entitled Imperial Dynasty of America for the last time I should ever take it down in Mr. Wilde's study. Dries into a clear film. "Oh, okay. Thank you, Corvo. And yes, exactly, Marcy, yes." Where was I? I should ever take it down to Mr. Wilde's study. I read it through, thrilling and trembling with pleasure. What a fucking weirdo. When I had finished, Mr. Wilde took the manuscript and, turning to the dark passage which leads from his study to his bedchamber, called out in a loud voice, "Vance!" Then, for the first time, I noticed a man crouching there in the shadow. How I had overlooked him during my search for the cat, I cannot imagine. "Vance, come in," cried Mr. Wilde. The figure rose and crept towards us, and I shall never forget the face that he raised to mine as the light from the window illuminated it. "Vance, this is Mr. Castaigne," said Wilde. Before he finished speaking, the man threw himself on the ground before the table, crying and gasping, "Oh God! Oh my God, help me! Forgive me, oh Mr. Cascade. Keep that man away. You cannot mean it. You are different. Save me, I am broken down. I was a madhouse. And now when all was coming right, when I had forgotten the king in yellow, but I shall go mad again, I shall go mad again." His voice died into a choking rattle, for Mr. Wilde had leapt on him and was right. His right hand encircled the man's throat. When Vance fell in a heap on the floor, Mr. Wilde clambered nimbly into his chair again, and rubbing his mangled ears with the stump of his hand, turned to me and asked me for the ledger. I reached it down from the shelf and he opened it. After a moment's searching among the beautifully written pages, he coughed complacently and pointed to the name Vance. "Vance," he read aloud. "Osgood Oswald Vance." At the sound of his name, the man on the floor raised his head and turned a convulsed face to Mr. Wilde. His eyes were injected with blood, his lips tumefied. "Called April 28th, continued Mr. Wilde. "Occupation, cashier in the Seaforth National Bank. Has served a term of forgery at Sing Sing, from whence he was transferred to the asylum for the criminally insane. Pardoned by the governor of New York and discharged from the asylum January 19th, 1918. Rumors that he lives beyond his income. Reputation to be repaired at once. Retainer, $1,500. Note: has embezzled sums amounting to $30,000 since March 20th, 1919. Excellent family and secured present position through uncle's influence. Father, president of Seaforth Bank." I looked at the man on the floor. "Get up, Vance," said Mr. Wilde in a gentle voice. Vance rose as if hypnotized. "He will do as we suggest now," observed Mr. What the fuck? Wait, what? I think I get it. So if he has you in his book and you're under retainer and you can't pay it, he owns you mentally? Huh? Am I understanding that correctly? Hypnosis kink in an Eldritch book? It's more likely than you would think. Interesting. Hi, True. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well, PP. In opening the manuscript, he read the entire history of the Imperial Dynasty of America. Then in a kind and soothing murmur, he ran over the important points with Vance. Gombore, gombore. Thank you for joining the Sneckies. Get cozy with us. Then in a kind and soothing murmur, he ran over the important points with Vance, who stood like one stunned. His eyes were so blank and vacant that I imagined he had become half-witted and remarked it to Mr. Wilde, who replied that it was of no consequence anyway. Very patiently we pointed out to Vance what his share in the affair would be, and he seemed to understand after a while. Mr. Wilde explained the manuscript using several volumes on heraldry to substantiate the result of his researches. He mentioned the establishment of the dynasty of Carcosa, the lakes which connected Hastur, Aldebaran, and the mystery of the Hyades. He spoke of Casilda and Camilla, and sounded the cloudy depths of Demi and the lake of Hali. The scalloped tatters of the king in yellow must hide Yatil forever, he muttered. But I do not believe Vance heard him. Then by degrees he led Vance along the ramifications of the imperial family, to Uart and Thael, from Nal Talba and Phantom of Truth to Aldones, and the tossing aside his manuscript and notes, he began the wonderful story of the last king. Fascinated and thrilled, I watched him, He threw up his head, his long arms were stretched out in a magnificent gesture of pride and power, and his eyes blazed deep in their sockets like two emeralds. Vance listened stupefied. As for me, when at last Mr. Wilde had finished and pointing to me cried, "The cousin of the king," my head swam with excitement. Controlling myself with a superhuman effort, I explained to Vance why I alone was worthy of the crown, and why my cousin must be exiled or die. I made him understand that my cousin must never marry, even after renouncing all his claims, and how that least of all he should marry the daughter of the Marquis of Avonshire and bring England into question. I showed him a list of thousands of names which Mr. Wilde had drawn up, and every man whose name was there had received the yellow sign, which no living human being dared disregard. The city, the state, the whole land were ready to rise and tremble before the pallid mask. Hi, Sarah. I wanted to say hi before moving on with the story a little bit more, but hello. I hope you're doing well, baby. We're reading The King in Yellow today. Especially being able to catch the stream. I'm glad that you're feeling a little better or better enough to come in today. I hope being here helps you feel even more better. Pyro. Hi. Welcome. Oh, let me not go too far. Welcome in, Pyro. Hello, Raiders. I'm Serena Nisi, part-time human, part-time celestial snake goddess, and full-time Snuppy. We're reading The King in Yellow tonight, so I hope you can get cozy with us while we finish out the story here. One of my favorites, hell yeah, yes, all the pats for homies. Hi Pyro, hi Idea, what a beautiful model you got there. What a beautiful name you have. I hope I said it correctly. If there's any way that I can say it differently, please let me know, or if you want to be called something else, just let me know. You're EP Pyro. Good. Why don't you fall asleep to my voice tonight then? Let me put you to ease and put you to sleep. Idea's my mod. Hell yeah! We love and respect our mods here, isn't that right, guys? Isn't that right? I'm trying not to sneeze. But I hope your stream was really well, Pyro. I hope we had a good time. I hope you really enjoyed it. And if you or anyone else that came in with you needs to raid and run, please feel free to do so. But if not, please feel free to hang out. We're pretty deep in reading at the moment, but we do ad-lib a bit, and I do still talk a lot to chat, so don't worry. I won't neglect you. I love variations of my name, so feel free to have fun with the name. But it's a play on idea, usually called I, like the Japanese word for love in IKEA. You got it. Idea. You got it. Even if I point a gun at True, I respect him. What are you pointing a gun at True? What the fuck? Why? Why are we pointing a gun at him? I'm trying not to sneeze so bad. 1 second. Sorry about that, I'm back. We'll take your head pats and calm down those crazy. Yeah, take your head pats. And we're reading The King in Yellow. Here's what you missed. For some reason, all the bad things are good things now. And this guy's like getting married to someone that the main character really likes, but he has it as part of this decree for whenever they're gonna summon the King in Yellow that he actually can't be married because he kind of sucks. And oh, thank you for the follow idea, I appreciate it. I'm just trying to light a candle here real quick. Can you guys hear it? The wick didn't crack as much as it usually has been. That's okay though. I just need a little bit of light from it. What the fuck? Yeah, I have to show you guys how it's... What? I've never had a candle do that. The fire burned downwards. Should I be concerned? Hold on, let me try lighting it again. That is so weird. But yeah, bro is an incel, high-key, low-key, low-key, high-key. Sorry guys, that kind of like took me by surprise a little bit. Okay. You're falling into another dimension, Serena. Nah. I think I just was truly testing the limits of that candle. Just wait till you hear Serena scream in terror. Listen. But yes, idea. If Pyro hasn't given you the spiel, I will give you a quick one. I stream ASMR in horror, in Nikkei, and usually whatever other game I really feel like playing, but I do primarily stream ASMR in horror games. So the cozy vibes and the screams are persistent and constant and a guarantee. There we go. That's a good flame. Burning in the right direction and everything. Alright, where was I? The city, the state, and the whole land were ready to rise and tremble before the pallid mask. Hi, Adam. Welcome in. Get cozy with us. I hope you're doing well tonight, Adam. Have you ever heard of the King in Yellow? The time had come. The people should know the son of Hastur. The whole world bowed to the black stars which hang in the sky over Carcosa. Vance leaned on the table, his head buried in his hands. Mr. Wilde drew a rough sketch on the margin of yesterday's Herald with a bit of lead pencil. It was... Oh! Hi, Leanne. Hello. How are you guys? Bringing sweet treats to a sweetheart. Stop, you flatter me. If anyone needs to write and run, please feel free to do so. But if you're sticking around, hi, I'm Serena Nisi, part-time human, part-time celestial snake goddess, full-time Snuppy, and today I am I'm an acolyte of the King in Yellow. That's why I'm blonde. Normally, though, Oh, let me do this. I'm actually blue, but today we're yellow. We're yellow for the king in yellow. Let me give you a little follow, Bubba Coral. What were you guys up to? What were you doing? I hope you had a really lovely stream and you had a great time. I'm doing dishes back before bed to return with cake. Ooh, what kind of cake though? I have to know. And tonight we are reading The King in Yellow. It's supposed to be pretty spooky. I think we're getting to the parts where it's gonna start getting a little spooky. I do indeed have to write and run straight to my bed, but I wanted to leave my liquors somewhere chill and cozy. I just finished a shooty game, so I need everyone to have some cool down time. Well, this is definitely the place to do it. If you just need a safe place to chill, hang out, or if you want to fall asleep here, you're more than welcome to. I know some people like sleeping in their bed without any other noise though, so I wouldn't blame you if that was you, Hailey, and thank you so much. You go and take care of yourself, baby. Thank you for trusting me with your community, guys. You and Pyro, I really appreciate it. I promise I'll take good care of them. I received my McDonald's and I'm gonna lay down in bed. Ooh, what kind of McDonald's would you get? Yes, go eat bees. Sleep well, okay, Hylian? Oh, ooh, marbled cake with chocolate icing. Oh, that sounds delicious. What's Macca's? Is that another fast food joint? Where was I? The time had come. The people should know the son of Hastur, and the whole world bow to the black stars which hang in the sky over Carcosa. Vance leaned on the table, his head buried in his hands. Mr. Wilde drew a rough sketch on the margin of yesterday's Herald with a bit of lead pencil. It was a plan of Hawberk's rooms. Then he wrote out the order and affixed the seal, and shaking like palsied man, I signed my first writ of execution with my name, Harold Rex. This fucking guy literally named himself Harold King. Wait, Hildred King? He's not Harold, his name's Hildred. I can't read. McDonald's. Oh, I see. Normally, I say that the Delulu is the Solulu. However, sometimes the Delulu really is just Delulu. I fear this is one of those times, Hildred. I don't know what to tell you. I signed my first writ of execution with my name, Hildred Rex. Mr. Wilde clambered to the floor and, unlocking the cabinet, took a long square box from the first shelf. This he brought to the table and opened. A new life lay in the tissue paper inside, and I picked it up and handed it to Vance, along with the order and the plan of Hawberk's apartment. Then Mr. Wilde told Vance he could go, and he went shambling like an outcast of the slums. Is he gonna kill Hawberk? Wait a minute. I sat for a while watching the daylight fade behind the square tower of the Judson Memorial Church, and finally, gathering up the manuscript and notes, took my hat and started for the door. Mr. Wilde watched me in silence. When I had stepped into the hall, I looked back. Mr. Wilde's small eyes were still fixed on me. Behind him, the shadows gathered in the fading light. Then I closed the door behind me and went out into the darkening streets. I'd eaten nothing since breakfast, but I was not hungry. A wretched, half-starved creature who stood looking across the street at the lethal chamber noticed me and came up to tell me a tale of misery. I gave him money. I don't know why, and he went away without thanking me. An hour later, another outcast approached and whined his story. I love crafty and horror reading. Yes, please. Yes, please. Welcome in, Yarsofan. I'm just taking a little sip of my tea. Let's see. Serena, thank you for the lurk. Ooh, banana bread cake with chocolate chips in it. That actually sounds really good, true. That sounds so delicious. We do love horrors beyond human comprehension in this household. It's one of my favorite kind of horrors. Where was I? I gave him money, I don't know why. And he went away without thanking me. An hour later, another outcast approached and whined his story. I had a blank bit of paper in my pocket on which was traced the yellow sign, and I handed it to him. Hi, Apollo. No, not your wallet. Can we get a little shout out for Apollo, please? Wait, before I finish reading real quick, Apollo, would you ever play Alien Rogue Incursion with me? There's an alien in there named Monica, and I want to fight her, but I don't want to do it alone. Would you ever play it with me? Is that the VR game? Oh, is it VR? I have no idea. If it is, no. If it's not, yes. I'll reach out to you about it then. No worries. I hope you're doing well, Apollo. We're reading The King in Yellow. I think I'm almost done with the first chapter here, so I'm gonna get back to it. You delve into the Eldritch stuff usually. Old ones be praised. I am now your cultist. Good. Join the Snecky cult. Become one of us. But I do, actually. I really enjoy cosmic horror, so Eldritch stuff is very frequently on the docket of things that we enjoy here. I'm doing great, thank you. I hope you're having the best of time. I am. I'm actually really enjoying this story. I don't agree. As I put in the disclaimer, I don't agree with anything in this first chapter here because it's wild. But but I am enjoying reading it. It's been fun reading this with you guys. Yes, the Fichi goddess, that's me. Anyway, where was I? I had a blank bit of paper in my pocket on which was traced the yellow sign, and I handed it to him. He looked at it stupidly for a moment, and then with an uncertain glance at me, folded it with what seemed to me exaggerated care and placed it in his bosom. The electric lights were sparkling among the trees, and the new moon shone in the night in the sky above the lethal chamber. It was tiresome waiting in the square. I wandered from the marble arch to the artillery tables. Birdie! Ah! Guys, that's my... Oh my god, wait, hang on. ASMR is calm vibes. Guys, that's my fucking Oshi. I'm not even kidding. Birdie Boba has one of the most beautiful designs I've ever seen. I literally was strolling through one night, and I was like, there was a thing, and I was like looking through ASMR because I was like desperate for sleep because I have insomnia. And I saw her, and I literally was like, who is this goddess? And then she also just does really good ASMR, and she's really funny, and she does like ASMR gaming as well. Please go follow Birdie. It would really mean a lot to me. She's so cool, guys. I'm not even kidding. Also, thank you so much everyone for the follows, and thank you Birdie for trusting me with your community. I promise to take very good care of them in here. I can't hear us in VR, but I was having an amazing stream. I'll be lurking and cleaning up. Absolutely. I was just telling everyone how cool and great you are. And how much of a fan I am. So, yeah, sounds like Birdie. Exactly. I did. She's my ASMR Oshi, guys. Please. Everyone reading near the end of the story. Hey, I planned on reading at least 2 chapters, so we're gonna be here for a little bit tonight, don't you worry. But we are reading The King in Yellow. If you're a fan of eldritch horror or anything spooky and also being a little bit cozy, please feel free to keep being cozy with us. I promise I'm gonna take good care of your community, Burby. You lurk and take care of yourself, and if anyone needs to take care of yourself as well, and you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. No worries at all. I would much rather you guys take care of yourselves, okay? Eldritch, you say? Oh yes. We're big fans of cosmic horror here. We do a lot of cosmic whoring. Whoring. No, let me actually fully introduce myself. I don't think I've done that yet. Hi, I'm Serene Anisi, part-time human, part-time celestial snake goddess, full-time Snuppy. Hence the tail and the dog and everything. Hello, Hefkea and Ignis. Cosmic horror is my favorite. It's mine too. Yes, it is mine too. I love it so much. I love The King in Yellow. Which short story are you reading? We're currently coming up towards the end of The Repairer of Reputations, and then I wanted to read the next chapter after that, because so I've only encountered Lovecraft, like The King in Yellow as a concept, through like Lovecraft with The Whisperer in Darkness. So this is my first time reading this book with everyone. Yeah, Haster. Dude, I love Lovecraft. Me too. Don't love the guy as a person, but I love his work. No, it is very good. So I had to reset the music a little bit. It was about to end. Yes, thank you guys so much for the follows. Thank you so much for the raids. I really appreciate you guys coming through. Whoa, let me take a little sip of tea. Hi, kitten. Welcome in, welcome back. Yes. After repair should be the mask. I think so. Nothing as good as this ever as Lovecraft. For context, I was playing Alien Isolation, and I was so scared in the levels that has the facehuggers that I started singing Christmas carols. But True told me about these like Lovecraftian Christmas carols, so I was just like in the mines being like, I saw mommy kissing Yog-Sothoth underneath the mistletoe last night. And I was freaking out, but it was fun. I liked the Lovecraftian Christmas carols. It was a good little bit. I appreciate you for introducing those to me. Is this cool MC video that is like a cool rendition? I watched it yesterday, so that's partially like why we're here as well, is because the Clock app has been pushing Minecraft ARG content to me like crazy, and I was starting to become like obsessed with it, and I was like, okay, I have to break a bit and just watch Minecraft ARGs, but I never watched any before, so I did it on stream with the Snickies. That way I could get some really good suggestions as well. And we watched like quite a few of them. And Searching for a World That Doesn't Exist, that's the one that we watched. And it was so good. ARG, it's like alternate reality game or something. Yeah, augmented reality game. It's one of those. But it like uses real world elements in order to like advance the story of the game, quote unquote. And it's so good. You might be peak chat. Yeah, we're pretty cool over here. Can't wait for part 2 of it. Right. You heard the songs from Shoggoth on the Roof, but I know they're up on YouTube. I'll definitely have to look at them for sure, because I wanna do one Lovecraftian Christmas Carol cover for the holidays, because I think it would be really fun. I'm gonna take a quick sip of tea. BRB, gotta clean up a bit. Yeah, no worries, True. You do what you need to do, okay? Alright, I'm just gonna quickly do a quick stroll through chat, just make sure I didn't miss anyone or miss anything. So we got the Cosmic Horror as the favorite. Yes. Alright, I think we're good. I think I got everything. I just had to be sure. Alright, but yeah, no. Feel free to get cozy, get a snack, get a blanket, wiggle in. I'm gonna get back into reading the story here, but I do make some commentary and I do still read chat, so don't be afraid to still yap at me. It doesn't bother me at all. Okay, where was I? The electric lights were sparkling among the trees, and the new moon shone in the sky above the lethal chamber. It was tiresome waiting in the square. I wandered from the marble arch to the artillery stables, and back again to the lotus fountain. The flowers and grass exhaled a fragrance which troubled me. The jet of the fountain played in the moonlight, and the musical splash of falling drops reminded me of the tinkle of chained mail in Hauberg's shop. Is it time to lurk? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the lurk. Yes, please go back to bed. Listen, I want you guys to go to sleep to me. It is my highest honor to make you eepy. Sleep well, okay, honest? Yeah. But it was not so fascinating, and the dull sparkle of the moonlight on the water brought no such sensations of exquisite pleasure as when the sunshine played over the polished steel of a corselet on Hauberg's knee. I watched the bats darting and turning above the water plants in the fountain basin, but their rapid, jerky flight set my nerves on edge, and I went away again to walk aimlessly to and fro among the trees. The artillery stables were dark, but in the cavalry barracks the officers' windows were brilliantly lighted, and the sally port was constantly filled with troopers in fatigue, carrying straw and harness and baskets filled with tin dishes. Twice the mounted sentry at the gates was changed while I wandered up and down the asphalt walk. I looked at my watch. It was nearly time. The lights in the barracks went out one by one. The barred gate was closed, and every minute or two an officer passed in through the side wicket, leaving a rattle of accoutrement and a jingle of spurs on the very night air. The square had become very silent. The last homeless loiterer had been driven away by the gray-coated park policeman, and the car tracks. It was nearly time. Yeah, lightning. Exactly. The lightning is a paid actor for sure. Have a good night, Marcy. Sleep well, okay? Hold on, I have to find my phone charger, actually. Okay, I got it. Thank you guys for the follows. I really appreciate it. Okay. Before I was so rudely interrupted by the lightning. Mm. Oh, there I am. The car tracks along Wooster Street were deserted, and the only sound which broke the stillness was the stamping of the sentry's horse and the ringing of his saber against the saddle pommel. In the barracks, the officers' quarters were still lighted, and military servants passed and repassed before the bay windows. 12 o'clock sounded from the new spire of St. Francis Xavier, and at the last stroke of the sad-toned bell, a figure passed through the wicket side of the portcullis, returned the salute of the sentry, and crossing the street entered the square and advanced toward the Benedict apartment house. It's helping me out. It is. Have a good night, Marcy. Mwah. Louis, I called. The man pivoted on his spurred heels and came straight toward me. Is that you, Hildred? Yes, you are on time. I took his offered hand and we strolled toward the lethal chamber. Sorry about the ads. If anyone gets in them, we can just hang out for a second. But if no one's in ads, let me know and I'll keep reading. Ooh, I have this like hot cinnamon sunset tea. That's really, really good. I have no ads, things were good. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. I shouldn't get ads by default. Oh, really? Oh, even better. Thank you, Fabulous. I like that name, by the way. Kobe the Clown, Fabulous Demeanor. You guys have some really good names. Alright, and we strolled toward the lethal chamber. No. I can fix that. I can fix that. There you go, Cubby. No more for you. Listen, I just don't think it's fair if no one else is getting ads because it's an ASMR, but then you're like the one person in ads. Yeah, I'm serious. Plus, we're coming up towards the end of the story. I don't want you missing anything. I got you, boo girl. Thank you, thank you. I big preach. I try. Right, where was I? Yeah, no, I just don't want people to miss anything. This was a really cool story. I took his offered hand and we strolled toward the lethal chamber. He rattled on about his wedding and the graces of Constance and their future prospects, calling my attention to his captain's shoulder straps and the triple gold arabesque on his sleeve and fatigue cap. I believe I listened as much to the music of his spurs and saber as I did to his boyish babble. Oh, context. For some reason, this dude gets like a true-to-heart hard-on whenever he hears metal clacking together. Like, genuinely. There was like a scene earlier in the book where he's like listening to a guy, listening to Hauberk do repairs on a suit of armor, and he was like, the tinkling of the hammer on metal dilated my pupils, and I was filled with thrilling ecstasy, and just went on and on about how hot it was. But specifically how hot the sound of the metal hitting metal was. Like, not the guy, just the sound of metal hitting metal. Marcy, go to bed. You're supposed to be sleeping. Yeah, of course. Let's see. And at last we stood under the elms on the 4th Street corner of the square opposite the lethal chamber. Then he laughed and asked me what I wanted with him. I motioned him to a seat on a bench under the electric chair. Not the electric chair, under the electric light. I don't know where I read chair. Under the electric light, and sat down beside him. He looked at me curiously with that same searching glance which I hate and fear so in doctors. I felt the insult of his look, but he did not know it, and I carefully concealed my feelings. "Well, old chap," he inquired, "what can I do for you?" "Hi, Paladin the Golden Fox, welcome in. If you would like me to call you anything specific, please let me know. Would you prefer Paladin? Golden? What would you like?" Ooh. Hype train. Oh. Let's go. Paladin, you got it, you got it. Was that just from my one song? That's so funny. Anyway, let's see. "Well, old chap," he inquired, "what can I do for you?" "Hi, Anonymous, welcome in. What can I do for you?" We're reading The King in Yellow today. Let's welcome in Paladin and Anonymous. We're coming in towards the end here. Not the end of stream, but just the end of this chapter. Hope you both are doing really well. We're doing really good. I had a little scare earlier because I lit a candle, but the fire went downwards, so I don't know what that's about. But I lit a different one, and the fire's going the right way, so everything is fine. No, I'm good, I'm good. What can I do for you? Some ASMR. Yes, we do, Squall. Yes, we do. Hope you're doing really well as well. Get cozy with us. We're coming up to the end of The Repairer of Reputations. It's one of the chapters in The King in Yellow. Hi, hi. Exactly. I agree, Paladin, I agree. I drew from my pocket the manuscript and notes of the Imperial Dynasty of America and looked him in the eye and said, "I will tell you. On your word as a soldier, promise me to read this manuscript from beginning to end without asking me a question. Promise me to read these notes in the same way, and promise me to listen to what I have to tell later." "I promise if you wish it," he said pleasantly. "Give me the paper, Hildred." He began to read, raising his eyebrows with a puzzled, whimsical air which made me tremble with suppressed anger. As he advanced, his eyebrows contracted and his lips seemed to form the words, "rubbish." It's 'cause it is rubbish. It is rubbish. We love listening to ASMR. Well, you came to the right place. Yeah, go eat peas. Mimetic literature before the internet. What a vibe. What a vibe indeed. Welcome in, Happy Trash Can. I hope you're doing really well. Extra wax in the wick. Oh, I see. It is. I fuck with it heavy, Kobe. Am I saying your name right? Is it Covey? Do you want to stop by for a bit before I go to sleep? Yeah. Covey. Okay. My day was good. It was a very long day at work, but it was good. Form the words rubbish. Then he looked slightly bored, but apparently for my sake read with an attempt at interest, which presently ceased to be an effort. He started when in the closely written pages he came to his own name, and when he came to mine, Marcy. Marcy, go to bed. It's okay if you fall asleep, Anonymous. That's the whole point. I want you to go to bed to my voice. I want you to fall asleep to me. So don't be afraid to do that, okay? That's why I do these late night ASMRs. You are getting very sleepy. Alright. I can't believe you're making me do an Irish accent, Marcy. Right towards the end, too. Alright, let's see, where was I? He started when in the closely written pages he came to his own name. When he came to mine, he lowered the paper and looked sharply at me for a moment. But he kept his word and resumed his reading, and I let the half-formed question die on his lips unanswered. When he came to the end and read the signature of Mr. Wilde, he folded the paper carefully and returned it to me. I handed him the notes, and he settled back, pushing his fatigue cap back up to his forehead, with a boyish gesture which I remembered so well in high school. I watched his face as he read, and when he finished I took the notes from the manuscript and placed them in my pocket. Then I unfolded a scroll marked with the yellow sign. He saw the sign, but he did not seem to recognize it, and I called his attention to it somewhat sharply. "Well," he said. "I see it. What is it?" "Just the yellow sign," I said angrily. "Oh, that's it, is it?" said Lewis, and in that flattering voice which Dr. Archer used to employ with me, would probably have employed again had I not settled his affair for him. I kept my rage down and answered as steadily as possible. "Listen, you have engaged your word." "I am listening, old chap," he replied soothingly. I began to speak very calmly. "Dear, or Dr. Archer, having by some means become possessed of the secret of the imperial succession, attempted to deprive me of my right, alleging that because of a fall from my horse 4 years ago, I had become mentally deficient. He presumed to place me under restraint in his own house in hopes of either driving me insane or poisoning me. I have not forgotten it. I visited him last night, and the interview was final." "Will help me sleep?" "Okay, sounds good, Marcy." "Hi, Mark. How you doing? Welcome in." "No worries, and welcome back, Rabbit, as well." Lewis turned quite pale, but I did not move. I resumed triumphantly. "There are yet 3 people to be interviewed in the interests of Mr. Wilde and myself. There are my cousin Lewis, Mr. Hawberk, and his daughter Constance." Lewis sprang to his feet, and I rose also, and flung the paper marked with the yellow sign to the ground. "Oh, I don't need to tell you that, what I have to say," I cried with a laugh of triumph. "You must renounce the crown to me. Do you hear me? To me." Lewis looked at me with a startled air, but recovering himself said kindly, "Of course I renounce the... What is it I must renounce?" "The crown," I said angrily. "Of course," he answered. "I renounce it. Come, old chap, I'll walk you to your rooms with you." "Don't try any of your doctor's tricks on me," I cried, trembling with fury. "Don't act as if you think I'm insane." "What nonsense," he replied. "Come, it's getting late, Hildred. Thank you for the lunchroom." "No," I shouted, "you must listen. You cannot marry. I forbid it. Do you hear? I forbid it. You shall renounce the crown, and in reward I will grant you exile, but if you refuse, you shall die." He tried to calm me, but I was roused at last, and drawing my long knife barred his way. Then I told him how they would find Dr. Archer in the cellar, with his throat open, and I laughed in his face when I thought of Vance and his knife, and the order signed by me. "You are the king," I cried, "but I shall be king. Who are you to keep me from empire over all the inhabitable earth? I was born the cousin of a king, but I shall be king." Lewis stood white and rigid before me. Suddenly a man came running up 4th Street and to the gate to the Lethal Temple. Also, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Entered the gate to the Lethal Temple, traversed the path to the bronze doors at full speed and plunged into the death chamber with the cry of one demented. And I laughed until I wept tears, for I had recognized Vance, and knew that Hawberk and his daughter were no longer in my way. No mama's way. no mama's. Go, I cried to Lewis. You have ceased to be a menace. You will never marry Constance now, and if you marry anyone else in your exile, I will visit you as I did my doctor last night. Mr. Wall takes charge of you tomorrow. Then I turned and darted into South Fifth Avenue, and with a cry of terror, Lewis dropped his belt and saber and followed me like the wind. I heard him close behind me at the corner of Bleecker Street, and I dashed into the doorway under Hawberk's sign. He cried, "Halt, or I fire!" But when he saw the toy flew up the stairs, leaving Hawberk's shop below, he left me, and I heard him hammering and shouting at their door, so it was impossible to rouse the dead. Mr. Wild's door was open, and I entered crying, "It is done, it is done! Let the nations rise and look upon their king." But I could not find Mr. Wild, so I went to the cabinet and took the splendid diadem from its case. Then I drew on the white silk robe embroidered with the yellow sign, and placed the crown upon my head. At last I was king, king by my right in Hasta, king because I knew the mystery of the Hyades, and my mind had sounded the depths of the lake of Hali. Do you say Tufel? Tufel? What's Tufel? What is that, kin? So thank you for the follow. In the depths of the lake of Hali, I was king. The first grey pencilings of dawn would raise a tempest which would shake 2 hemispheres. Then as I stood, my very nerve pitched to the highest tension, faint with the joy and splendour of my thought, without, in the dark passage, a man groaned. I seized the tallow dip and sprang to the door. This is German for double. Oh, I didn't know that. No, I didn't say it, but it would be appropriate. Oh no. I seized the tallow dip and sprang to the door. The cat passed me like a demon and the tallow dip went out, but my long knife flew swifter than she, and I heard her screech, "No!" Not the cat. No. Not the cat. This cat has been evading them like crazy, and I hate it here. She also can't stand. No, you don't understand, Covey. This motherfucker's been trying to kill this cat all chapter, the whole story so far, and each time the cat has gotten away, and for a moment I believed that the cat would live all the way through to the end. Oh, I'm sad. Oh. This cat was just being a cat, honestly, and he didn't like it for some off reason. Ear blowing. I will say I don't have like a true ASMR mic, so I can't quite do like ear specific stuff. I could blow into my mic, but I promise you the mic that I have at the moment is not gonna sound good. I can do it, and then you can tell me. I'm currently raising for an ASMR mic on my throne though. If anyone would like, you know what, I'll shield if anyone would like to contribute to the proper ASMR mic. I can't spell. There you go. Yes, if you would like to spoil me a little bit and help contribute to a proper ASMR mic so I can do very lovely things like ear blowing, which I do want to do, to be clear. I really want to be able to do those kind of triggers and do like more classic ASMR. I really want to do it. I'm not saving money for it. I'm also contributing to it a bit myself throughout all my paychecks, so like it wouldn't be like I'm not fully relying. If you want to help, it is much appreciated. What's your favorite ASMR trigger so far? I think in terms of ones that I personally really like, I love pop rocks. I love when things are like a little crackly in the ear. I don't know why, I just like it. It rubs an itch. Jeez, did I? You know what's crazy, fabulous, and Kobe and everyone, is that me doing that blow, it really wasn't, I wasn't, that's just how it registers it. And I am so sad that it registers as like a fucking hurricane, like a Texas tornado. Because it was like, I literally was just doing like a little one. But I know this mic, and I know it came through like wah. That's why I was like, no, please. I'll do it, but at your own risk. But no, I do like pop rocks. I also really like wooden balls, and I like brushes. Those are like my favorite ASMR triggers. And my mic, because I've done test recordings with this mic because I wanted to see if I could get it to do it or not. It doesn't do it. It doesn't pick them up in the same way, or it does like what the ear blowing does, where it just like it distorts it so badly. I'm going to learn. I can't stand most people except like 4 people. Honestly, that's fair. I feel like ASMR can be very specific because you have to like the triggers, but then you also have to like the voice associated with the trigger sometimes, so I understand that. True. I've actually never heard a pop rock trigger, funny enough. I will buy Pop Rocks Anonymous in one of these ASMR nights. I'll bust them out. I'm confused. Here, I think I'm actually done with my... I have an Irish accent, redeem Imiku. So I am Puerto Rican Irish, and because of that, I have like pretty good relationships with both sides, so I like to honor the Irish by having the Irish accent redeem. But I grew up much more predominantly with the Puerto Rican side of my family. I'm learning Spanish as well, so it's just I want to meet more Spanish people also, like more Hispanic people, because I want to like speak it more, just in general. So Puerto Rican Irish is a unique combination. Yeah, it's a performance. Yeah. I understand the confusion though, because I think I too would be a bit confused if I was like Latina, Puerto Rican, but Irish. Ok, bien, ok, hablo español. Gracias. How do I say I'm trying in Spanish? Yo hablo un poquito de español. No, mi español no es bueno. Pero estoy tratando. If you spoke Spanish to me, I used to have like a speak Spanish to me redeem. Actually, I don't know if I still have it up or not. Yeah, my accent, I do know my accent is good. It's just when I try, and I can understand most of it when it's like spoken to me, but when it comes to like speaking it out loud, my brain kind of like short circuits and is like, actually, we don't know Spanish. So I try to read a chapter of a book in Spanish out loud every day just to get practice like speaking it, because I think that's like my struggle, is I never really had a place where I could like speak it. So I just do it for practice. A Spanglish stream is still there though. I need to schedule a Spanglish stream with Miyu. I keep forgetting. Despite still learning, it almost sounds second nature when you speak Spanish. That actually really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Really? I know my weakness is Spanish plus you. That's a meltdown. Nah. Let's see. Give you a rant? Yeah, I can give you a rant. A Spanish rant. Oh, I don't know enough Spanish. I can try. I will also say it's like 3 a.m. for me almost. So my brain is like gone. But I'll try my best. I apologize if it's bad Spanish, but I'm gonna do my best. Okay. ¿Cómo se dice pull a prank? ¿Cómo se dice pull a prank? Because no me gusta mis amigos like pull a prank. Unless, how do I say unless? Is that? No, I'm nervous now. Tapping in Spanish. Hacer un broma. Yeah. I did not mean to hit my mic. I just was doing like eso, hacer un broma. No me gusta a mis amigos hacer un broma, pero porque más, like more often than not, is that like más que something. Más que nada, yeah. Porque más que nada una broma es mal, cruel, maldito. I'm so sorry. But I guess like what I'm trying to say is like, I don't really like when like my friends pull pranks, because a lot of time pranks have like kind of cruel undertones, but if it's like a funny prank, I like it. You know, where it's like, oh, got you your favorite drink. Just kidding, got you 2 of your favorite drink. I think shit like that is cute. You gave it an honest shot. For this you get a sub. I appreciate it. Let's go. Vamos. Por eso es menos. Gracias, Nexus. Gracias por todo. Arara. There you go, true. It also depends on the context and the people. Oh, I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you guys for the follows. I promise my Spanish will get better. I promise. I'm saying it live, so I have to be held accountable. Your English, ara ara. Ara ara. We're to do tier 3, but Twitch had other plans. It's okay, it's okay. We can hit that tier 3 another time together. I believe. I wonder how I would do like a Spanish ara ara. Ara ara. Just roll the R a little bit more. Damn. That was a really fun interaction, and now I have to go back to reading about a dead cat. No. Practical Joker's bit where they had the guy keep yelling out bingo. Yeah. Low-key, sometimes in Practical Jokers is like good examples of like good pranks, and then some of the pranks they had them do, I was like, I don't know about that one, Chief. Nearly done, you got this. I know, Corvo. I feel like we're almost done, we'll get there. Bruce Cucumber. Yo tampoco hablo español. No mames. Let's go. Hi, Bruce. Guys, this guy got me to the top in Peak finally. I hope you're doing well. We are reading The King in Yellow, and I'm inadvertently story edging Corvo here. They've been wanting me to read this, and they every time we get a little bit closer to the end, I get distracted. I apologize. So I'll hop back into it. But I hope you're doing really well, Bruce. It's so good to see you. It is the Great Peak Babysitter. God, did I need babysitting in that. One of the first things I want to learn are the swear words. So I watched a soap opera called La Reina del Sur. Great soap opera, by the way. Great telenovela. And there's like a lot of different types of Spanish in that show, because like some people are like Castilian, like Spain Spanish, and then others are like Brazilian, so they speak like Portuguese, and then others are like Mexican or like Honduran, or like just different parts of like South American. So they all speak like different types of Spanish with like different slang and stuff like that. And that's how I learned the phrase baja los huevos, because I had never heard it before, and I heard her say it, and she said it with like such fervor. I was like, oh, that has to be a swear word. And apparently means like lower your balls, like kind of step down, or else if you don't, we're gonna fight. And it's like a guaranteed fight kind of a thing. Like you really only say it if you're truly gonna square up with the person, if they don't back the fuck off. So I was like, that one really stuck with me. I guess you could call it that way. I mean, is that not what it means? That's when I looked it up, that's what I thought it means. I usually go because the joke tends to be one of the jokers themselves and is mostly harmless, but I agree, Paladin, yes. Interacting with chat is fun. Okay. No, Ellis, it was necessary. It was necessary. You would think that it wouldn't need to be, but the beginning of this book was very much like everything that I don't agree with on a socio-political level being like, it's okay, and I was like, no. It's like, I have to make sure people know that I don't agree with this guy. It's all shits and giggles until the chancla is involved. Dude, that thing is a homing missile. On TikTok, since it's a little surprise. Wait, can I look at it? Can I look at it now, Bruce? I'm gonna look at it now real quick. Sounds being so heckin' cute. No, you're heckin' cute. Looking at it now. I'm on my way. Yeah, my boy. I'm looking at this, and then I will finish the chapter, I promise. That's awesome. Oh my god. Oh my god. You must be so excited. You must be so excited. That's incredible. Yeah, we went from a dead cat to you talking about soothing second nature Spanish. Listen, we're gonna get back to the dead cat, don't you worry. No, I'm so happy for you, Bruce. That's amazing. I hope you got like permission to record it and stuff. That way you can kind of keep that experience with you forever. I'm gonna take a quick sip of tea real quick. I got ADHD. ADHD? Apologize. No, we're locking. We're locking back in. We're locking back in. It's gonna be a live stream. Oh my god, wait, please let me know. Yeah, definitely let me know ahead of time. I'll see what I can do to support you. Oh, thank you for the hydrating. Let me actually get like my water because I'm running really low on my tea and I want to save it. I just spliced together the story with some of Pet Sematary and the cats. Goodness knew. You know, I've never actually read Pet Sematary, but I heard that it's pretty good. Okay. Alright, I'm feeling pretty good. I think we're ready to hop back into it. But yeah, no, Bruce, if you wanna hang out, get cozy, we're reading spooky stories tonight. This is spooky. Don't recall much from the general summary of the story. The only thing that I know is that like the pets and anything that like you bury in that specific graveyard like comes back to life, and he figures it out because he went to go bury his cat there, and then the cat comes back to life, so he's like, oh, let me bury my kid there, and then the kid comes back to life, but the kid isn't all right. There's something wrong with her, and that's all I know. That's all I know. I'm glad you're having fun, Anonymous. That really means a lot to me to hear. It's a classic. Okay, maybe we can do it as like a movie night. I think she's possessed by man. Crazy. But that sounds accurate to me. That sounds accurate to me. That's very Stephen King. Come back to life, but it's no longer the same spirit in the body. It's evil. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah. Herman Munster. Herman Munster. We could watch the movie. We'll make like a movie night of it. Now that I know that I can kind of stream movies, I guess for a brief moment there was a moment where I couldn't for some reason. Like it was always showing up as like a black screen. But now that I know the hack, we can do movie nights again. Just don't. There's a second one. Okay. I will not, true. And noted. Like a virus infecting their software. Ooh, okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. I'm catching what you're throwing. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Oh, that's right. He killed the fucking cat. For a moment, I listened to her tumbling and thumping about in the darkness, and then when her frenzy ceased, I lighted a lamp and raised it over my head. Mr. Wilde lay on the floor with his throat torn open. At first, I thought he was dead. But as I looked, a green sparkle came into his sunken eyes, his mutilated hand trembled, and then a spasm stretched his mouth from ear to ear. For a moment, my terror and despair gave place to hope, but as I bent over him, his eyeballs rolled clean around in his head and he died. Then while I stood, transfixed with rage and despair, seeing my crown, my empire, everything, every hope and every ambition, my very life, lying prostrate there with the dead master, they came, seized me from behind and bound me until my veins stood out like cords, and my voice failed with the paroxysms of my frenzied screams. But I still raged, bleeding and infuriated among them, and more than one policeman felt my sharp teeth. Then, when I could no longer move, they came nearer. I saw old Hawberk, and behind him my cousin Lewis's ghastly face, and farther away in the corner a woman, Constance, weeping softly. "I see it now," I shrieked. "You have seized the throne in the Empire. Woe, woe to you who are crowned with the crown of the King in Yellow." Editor's note: Mr. Castaigne died yesterday in the asylum for criminally insane. Thanks, we really were like right at the end. Holy shit. That's crazy though. Of course, Anonymous, you get some good rest, okay? Prevented games from saving, so every game I played back was like Iron Man mode. Oh my god. As someone who dies very frequently in games, that is my nightmare, Paladin. That is my nightmare. Yippee, yippee. And so woe to you who are crowned with the crown of the King in Yellow. But wait, I'm so confused. Isn't that like what he wanted though? Wasn't that like his whole goal? Didn't he want to be crowned with the crown of the King in Yellow? This man confuses me. Alright. The mask. There we go. The mask. Camilla, you, sir, should unmask. Stranger, indeed. Indeed, it's time. We all have laid aside disguise but you. And the stranger says he wears no masks. Camilla, no mask. No mask? The King in Yellow, Act 1, Scene 2. He wanted what he did not understand, I guess. Looks like it's bedtime. Nighty night, Serena, and I'll have a good night. True, you sleep well, okay? You too, Corvo. You haven't slept in 2 days? Oh my goodness, please. Definitely get some rest. Sleep well, bubble girl. Good night, Corvo. Good night, True. Good night, anyone else who's sleeping in here with me. Get some good rest. And have a great day tomorrow, okay? Yes. In Robin Hood, Conquest of the Longbow. Ooh. Are those are both video games? I've never heard of them. What are they like? You let me know and I'll keep reading. Old Sierra adventure games. Point and click. Oh, okay. I was like, I don't think I know what Sierra adventure games are. But point and click makes sense now. Yes, that's cool. Let's go. Although I knew nothing of chemistry, I listened fascinated. He picked up an Easter lily which Genevieve had brought that morning from Notre Dame and dropped it into the basin. Instantly, the liquid lost its crystalline clearness. For a second, the lily was enveloped in a milk-white foam which disappeared, leaving the fluid opalescent. Changing tints of orange and crimson played over the surface, and then what seemed to be a ray of pure sunlight struck through from the bottom where the lily was resting. Ooh, you do, Kobe? What would you want to, do with it? What would you want the story to be? The same instant he plunged his hand into the basin and drew out the flower. There is no danger, he explained, if you choose the right moment. That golden ray is the signal. He held the lily toward me and I took it in my hand. It had turned to stone, to the purest marble. You see, he said, it is without a flaw. What sculptor could reproduce it? The marble was white as snow, but in its depths the veins of the lily were tinged with palest azure, and a faint flush lingered deep in its heart. Don't ask me the reason for that, he smiled, noticing my wonder. I have no idea why the veins and heart are tinted, but they always are. Yesterday I tried one of Genevieve's goldfish. There it is. The fish looked as if sculpted in marble, but if you held it in the light, the stone was beautifully veined with a faint blue, and from somewhere within came a rosy light like the tint which slumbers in an opal. I looked into the basin. Once more it seemed filled with clearest crystal. If I should touch it now, I demanded. I don't know, he replied, but you had better not try. Thank you for the lurk, Daimao. It's so good to see you. It's infatuated with her game we were past. Oh. I feel like that would definitely make for a very good horror for sure. I believe in you, Kobe. You can do it. If you ever do make it, let me know. I'll give it a shot. I don't know, he replied, but you had better not try. There is one thing I'm curious about, I said, and that is where the ray of sunlight came from. It looked like a sunbeam, true enough, he said. I don't know. It always comes when I immerse any living thing. Perhaps, he continued smiling, perhaps it is the vital spark of the creature escaping to the source from whence it came. As you should, Covey, as you should. I saw he was mocking and threatened him with a maul stick. A maul stick? What is that? But he only laughed and changed the subject. Stay to lunch. Genevieve will be here directly. I saw her going to early mass, I said, and she looked as fresh and sweet as that lily before you destroyed it. Do you think I destroyed it? Said Boris gravely. Methinks that as well. Methinks that as well. Destroyed, preserved. How can we tell? We sat in the corner of his studio near his unfinished group of the Fates. Like the Fates used in the first chapter? Are these stories connected? He leaned back on the sofa, twirling a sculptor's chisel and squinting at his work. By the way, he said, I have finished pointing up that old academic Ariadne, and I suppose it will have to go to the salon. It's all I have ready this year, but after the success of the Madonna brought me, I feel ashamed to send a thing like that. The Madonna, an exquisite marble for which Genevieve had sat, had been the sensation of last year's salon. I looked at the Ariadne. was a magnificent piece of technical work, but I agreed with Boris that the world would expect something better of him than that. Still, it was impossible now to think of finishing in time for the salon, that splendid, terrible group half-shrouded in the marble behind me. The fates would have to wait. They called the stick Lucille would be less confused. No, because I'm traumatized from that paladin. I'm not like the biggest fan of The Walking Dead, but my friends in college were like obsessed with it. So I watched that season when Negan got introduced. Traumatizing. Never in my life have I been like so instantly disliking a villain. Because normally, you know, villains are hot on purpose. So I give them a pass because they're pretty. But only fictional villains, to be clear. But then Negan came around and I was like, I can't. I can't. I can't let that one go. Oh my god. They are connected. Boris Vane. He did the fates in the first chapter. Oh. Didn't Negan get his own series? Did he? The fates would have to wait. And killed officers on Grey's Anatomy. True. Yeah, plot armor who? We were proud of Boris Vane. We claimed him and he claimed us on the strength of his having been born in America, although his father was French and his mother was a Russian. Everyone in the Beaux Arts called him Boris, and yet there were only two of us whom he addressed in the same familiar way, Jack Scott and myself. Hi, Argo. I was rendering the Silent Hill game, but I'm here. I'm glad you made it home safe, Argo. Welcome in. It was originally intended to end. Yeah, that's what I've heard a lot of the fandom say. The lightning do pop off. Perhaps my being in love with Genevieve had something to do with his affection for me. Not that it had ever been acknowledged between us. Gays? But not because it was never... Bro. But after all was settled and she told me with tears in her eyes that it was Boris whom she loved, I went over to his house and congratulated him. The perfect cordiality of that interview did not deceive either of us. I always believed, although to one at least, it was a great comfort. I do not think he and Genevieve ever spoke of the matter together. But Boris knew. Genevieve was lovely. The Madonna-like purity of her face might have been inspired by the Sanctus and Gonad's Mass. But I was always glad when she changed that mood for what we called her April maneuvers. She was often as variable as an April day. In the morning, grave, dignified, and sweet. At noon, laughing, capricious. At evening, whatever one least expected. I preferred her so rather than that Madonna-like tranquility which stirred the depths of my heart. I was dreaming of Genevieve when he spoke again. Was the Mingo bug ever fixed? I think so. I think so it was, Argo. Maybe. Don't test it to break it today, though, just because Miyu's asleep. With an alien invasion to get it public. That's an alien invasion? Also, hi, Jan. How okage gaige? Mentioned yes. I think so. I don't know if I said any of that correctly. Wokcha Gates. Let's welcome in Jan. Jan 10 official. What is that? Hi, hi. hope you're doing well, BB. Get cozy with us. A little cozy. Testing something again holds no fun. Understood. Okay, where was I? I was dreaming of Genevieve when he spoke again. What do you think of my discovery, Alec? I think it's wonderful. I shall make no use of it, you know? Beyond satisfying my own curiosity so far as may be, and the secret will die with me. It would be rather a blow to sculpture, would it not? We painters lose more than whoever gain by photography. Boris nodded, playing with the edge of the chisel. The chisel. The edge of the chisel. This new vicious discovery would corrupt the world of art. No, I shall never confide the secret to anyone, he said slowly. Bring the zombie outbreak back to their own planet. I mean, I think that's what would have had to have happened, no? Hypothetically. It would be hard to find anyone less informed about such phenomena than myself. But of course, I had heard of mineral springs so saturated with silica that the leaves and twigs which fell into them were turned to stone after a time. I dimly comprehended the process, how the silica replaced the vegetable matter atom by atom, and the result was a duplicate of the object in stone. This, I confess, had never interested me greatly, and as for the ancient fossils thus produced, they disgusted me. Boris, it appeared, feeling curiosity instead of repugnance, had investigated the subject, and had accidentally stumbled on a solution which, attacking the immersed object with a ferocity unheard of, in a second did the work of years. This was all I could make out of the strange story he had just been telling me. He spoke again after a long silence. I am almost frightened when I think what I have found. Scientists would go mad over the discovery. It was so simple, too. It discovered itself. When I think of that formula and that new element precipitated in metallic scales. What new element? Oh, I haven't thought of naming it, and I don't believe I ever shall. There are enough precious metals now in the world to cut throats over. I pricked up my ears. Have you struck gold, Boris? No, better. But see here, Alec, he laughed, starting up. You and I have all we need in this world. How sinister and covetous you look already. I laughed too and told him I was devoured by the desire for gold, and we had better talk of something else. So when Genevieve came in shortly after, we had turned our backs on alchemy. I think he's gonna kill Boris. I think he's gonna kill Boris. And then he's gonna use them, like some people's bodies, and put them in the well. And then that's gonna be the fates. And then he's gonna say that Boris sculpted them. And that's why the fates are so, like, beautiful and realistic. That's my theory for how this is all gonna end. It is passively contagious, yeah. Are you guys liking the story so far? I know we were only like 2 pages in. Genevieve was dressed in silvery gray from head to foot. The light glinted along the soft curves of her fair hair as she turned her cheek to Boris. Then she saw me and returned my greeting. She had never failed before to blow me a kiss from the tips of her white fingers, and I promptly complained of the omission. She smiled and held out her hand, which dropped almost before it had touched mine. Then she said, looking at Boris, "You must ask Alec to stay for luncheon." This also was something new. She had always asked me herself until today. This is that hard shit. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm glad you think so. I did, said Boris shortly. And you said yes, I hope? She turned to me with a charming, conventional smile. I might have been an acquaintance of the day before yesterday. I made her a low bow. Oh fuck, it's French. J'avais bien l'honneur, madame. J'avais bien l'honneur, madame. Did I say that right? Oh fuck, it's in Korean. I don't know if it's playing at all. That's what it is. Thank you, Argo, thank you. Literally me. Except I can actually read Korean. Let's see. But refusing to take up our usual bantering tone, she murmured a hospitable commonplace and disappeared. Boris and I looked at one another. I had better go home, don't you think? Hanged if I know, he replied frankly. While we were discussing the advisability of my departure, Genevieve reappeared in the doorway without her bonnet. Slut. I'm kidding. But wasn't that like a big deal back day if people like showed up without like a bonnet or like if their ankles weren't showing? Am I wrong? Or is that like... But after this, or like two more before this time? You right. I was gonna say that feels like a very specific thing for them to have noted that she came out without her bonnet. No, I have an aggressive auto mod, don't worry. No, you're good, you're good. Ankle meat do be slutty, he's crazy. She is scandalous. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people who have modeled for the Madonna are scandalous. So that makes sense to me. Yeah, write that down, Paladin. Let's see. She was wonderfully beautiful, but her color was too deep and her lovely eyes were too bright. She came straight up to me and took my arm. Luncheon is ready. Was I cross, Alec? I thought I had a headache, but I haven't. Come here, Boris. She slipped her other arm through his. Alec knows that after you, there is no one in the world whom I like as well as I like him, as if he sometimes feels snubbed, it won't hurt him. That's crazy. She knows that he likes her, and she's literally there linking arms with the both of them, being like, oh, Alec, please don't be mad at me. Just come to luncheon with me and the guy that I actually love, and I'm gonna make it very clear that I like him better than you. That's wild. That's actually so mean, I'm not gonna lie. After you, there is no one in the world whom I like as well as I like him. Sit in the special chair. Yes, sit in the special chair for Alec. Alec's a special chair. À la bonne heure, I cried. Who says there are no thunderstorms in April? Truly, the thunder and lightning is a paid actor. Are you ready? Chanted Boris. Aye, ready. Bandera roja. She is. Aye, ready. And arm in arm we raced into the dining room, scandalizing the servants. After all, we were not so much to blame. Genevieve was 18. Boris was 23 and I not quite 21. How long have you been interested in Genevieve? There's so many bandera rojas here. La podemos arreglar. Oh no, I fucked that up. Arreglar. Arreglar? Am I saying that right? Arreglar? Sorted, bro. For real. Some work that I was doing about this time on the decorations for Genevieve's boudoir kept me constantly on the quaint little hotel in the Rue Saint-Cécile. Boris and I in those days labored hard, but as we pleased, which was fitful, and we all three with Jack Scott idled a great deal together. Arreglar. Oh, I see. No worries. One quiet afternoon, I had been wandering alone over the house examining curios, prying into odd corners, bringing out sweetmeats and cigars from strange hiding places, and at last I stopped in the bathing room. Boris, all over clay, stood there washing his hands. I think I've read this hentai before, it's crazy. The room was built of rose-colored marble, expecting the floor, which was tessellated in rose and gray. In the center was a square pool sunken below the surface of the floor. Steps led down into it, sculptured pillars supported a frescoed ceiling. A delicious marble cupid appeared to have alighted on his pedestal at the upper end of the room. Hi, not reductive, welcome in. Thank you for the lurk. Get cozy with us. Yes. A marble cupid appeared to have just alighted on his pedestal at the upper end of the room. The whole interior was Boris's work and mine. Yes, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Boris, in his working clothes of white canvas, scraped the traces of clay and red modeling wax from his handsome hands and coquetted over his shoulder with the cupid. I see you, he insisted. Don't try to look the other way and pretend not to see me. You know who made you, little humbug. It was always my role to interpret Cupid's sentiments in these conversations, and when my turn came, I responded in such a manner that Boris seized my arm and dragged me toward the pool, declaring he would duck me. Okay. Next instant, he dropped my arm and turned pale. Good God, he said. I forgot the pool is full of the solution. Oh, this is how he gets the mask, for sure. Okay. Foreshadowing. I shivered a little and dryly advised him to remember better where he had stored the precious liquid. In heaven's name, why do you keep a small lake of that gruesome stuff here of all places? I asked. I want to experiment on something large, he replied. On me, for instance? That came too close for jesting, but I do want to watch the action of that solution on a more highly organized living body. There is that big white rabbit, he said, following me to the studio. Unethical animal testing go hard, I guess. Jack Scott, wearing a paint-stained jacket, came wandering in, appropriated all the oriental sweatmeats he could lay his hands on, looted the cigarette case, and finally he and Boris disappeared together to visit the Luxembourg Gallery, where new silver bronze by Rodin and a landscape of Monet's were claiming the exclusive attention of artistic France. I went back to the studio and resumed my work. It was a Renaissance screen which Boris wanted me to paint for Genevieve's boudoir, but the small boy who was unwillingly dawdling through a series of poses for it today refused all bribes to be good. He never resisted an instant in the same position, and inside of 5 minutes I had as many different outlines of the little beggar. is such a weird term. Just say hickory honey ham. Is that what it is? Are you posing, or are you executing a song and dance, my friend? I inquired. Whichever monsieur pleases, he replied with an angelic smile. Of course I dismissed him for the day, and of course I paid him for the full time, that being the way we spoil our models. After the young imp had gone, I made a few perfunctory daubs at my work, but was so thoroughly out of humor that it took me the rest of the afternoon to undo the damage I had done. So at last I scraped my palette, stuck my brushes in a bowl of black soap, and strolled into the smoking room. I really believe that, excepting Genevieve's apartments, no room in the house was so free from the perfume of tobacco as this one. It was a queer chaos of odds and ends hung with threadbare tapestry. A sweet-toned spinet in good repair stood by the window. There were strands of weapons, some old and dull, others bright and modern, festoons of Indian and Turkish armor over the mantel, 2 or 3 good pictures and a pipe rack. Oh, does it really? Is that what that means? Okay. We learn something new every day. It was here that we used to come for new sensations in smoking. I doubt if any type of pipe ever existed which was not represented in that rack. When we had selected one, we immediately carried it somewhere else and smoked it, for the place was on the whole more gloomy and less inviting than any in the house. But this afternoon the twilight was very soothing. The rugs and skins on the floor looked brown and soft and drowsy. The big couch was piled with cushions. I found my pipe curled up there for an unaccustomed smoke in the smoking room. I had chosen one with a long, flexible stem, and lightning it fell to dreaming. After a while it went out, but I did not stir. I dreamed on and presently fell asleep. I awoke to the saddest music I had ever heard. The room was quite dark. I had no idea what time it was. A ray of moonlight silvered one edge of the old spinet, and the polished wood seemed to exhale the sounds as perfume floats above a box of sandalwood. Someone rose in the darkness and came away weeping quietly, and I was fool enough to cry out, "Genevieve?" She dropped at my voice, and I had time to curse myself while I made a light and tried to raise her from the floor. She shrank away with a murmur of pain. She was very quiet and asked for Boris. I carried her to the divan and went to look for him, but he was not in the house, and the servants were gone to bed. Perplexed and anxious, I hurried back to Genevieve. She lay where I had left her, looking very white. "I can't find Boris, nor any of the servants," I said. "I know," she answered faintly. "Boris has gone to Ept with Mr. Scott. I did not remember when I sent you for him just now." "Got any sweet meats?" Not really, but here's some chicken and a cup of sugar." I love that. What's the wah? I like that emote. That's a good emote. But he can't get back in that case before tomorrow afternoon, and... Are you hurt? Did I frighten you into falling? What an awful fool I am, but I was only half awake. Boris thought you had gone home before dinner. Do please excuse us for letting you stay here all this time. "I have had a long nap," I laughed, so sound that I did not know whether I was still asleep or not when I found myself staring at a figure that was moving toward me and called out your name. "Have you been trying the old spinet? You must have played very softly." I would tell 1,000 more lies worse than that one to see the look of relief that came into her face. She smiled adorably and said in her natural voice, "Alec, I tripped on that wolf's head and I think my ankle is sprained. Please call Marie and then go home." I did as she bade me and left her there when the maid came in. Part 3. I'm gonna take a quick sip of water real quick. Where did the wolf's head come from, though? That's what I want to know. And also, like, what is it doing there? At noon next day when I called, I found Boris walking restlessly about his studio. Genevieve is asleep just now, he told me. The sprain is nothing, but why should she have such a high fever? The doctor can't account for it, or else he will not, he muttered. Genevieve has a fever? I asked. I should say so, and has actually been a little lightheaded at intervals all night. The idea, gay little Genevieve without a care in the world, and she keeps saying her heart's broken and she wants to die. My own heart stood still. Boris leaned against the door of his studio, looking down, his hands in his pockets, his kind, keen eyes clouded. A new line of trouble drawn over the mouth's good mark that made the smile. The maid had orders to summon him the instant Genevieve opened her eyes. We waited, and Boris, growing restless, wandered about fussing with modeling wax and red clay. Suddenly, he started for the next room. Come and see my rose-colored bath full of death, he cried. Yeah, that's something that you very casually say to the homies for sure. Boris, what? I think I messed up my ankle on the wolf's head when I was crushing the life from it beneath my heel. Yeah, what a threat, literally. Flirtation for goths, true. Is it death? I asked to humor his mood. You are not prepared to call it life, I suppose, he answered. As he spoke, he plucked a solitary goldfish squirming and twisting out of its globe. We'll send this one after the other, wherever that is, he said. So this guy's just crazy. What? There was feverish excitement in his voice. A dull weight of fever lay on my limbs and on my brain as I followed him to the fair crystal pool with its pink-tinted sides, and he dropped the creature in. Falling, its scales flashed with a hot orange gleam in its angry twistings and contortions. The moment it struck the liquid, it became rigid and sank heavily to the bottom. Later, as I'm be proud. Oh wait, that just leaked out. Yeah. Hi, Houston. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. It's been a while. Then came the milky foam, the splendid hues radiating on the surface, and then the shaft of pure, serene light broke through from seemingly infinite depths. Boris plunged in his hand and drew out an exquisite marble thing, blue-veined, rose-tinted, and glistening with opalescent drops. Child's play, he muttered, and looked warily, longingly at me, as if I could answer such questions. But Jack Scott came in and entered into the game, as he called it, with ardor. Nothing would do but to try the experiment on the white rabbit then and there. I was willing that Boris should find distraction from his cares, but I hated to see the life go out of a warm, living creature, and I declined to be present. Oh my god, they're really gonna kill a rabbit. Well, for people reading, even if it's ASMR audiobooking, heck yeah! I'm glad. Get cozy then, Houston, get cozy. Yeah, don't kill it. Exactly. Picking up a book at random, I sat down in the studio to read. Alas, I had found The King in Yellow. After a few moments, which seemed ages, I was putting it away with a nervous shudder when Boris and Jack came in bringing their marble rabbit. At the same time, the bell rang above and a cry came from the sick room. Boris was gone like a flash, and the next moment he called, "Jack, run for the doctor. Bring him back with you. Alec, come here. I went and stood at her door. A frightened maid came out in haste and ran away to fetch some remedy. Genevieve, sitting bolt upright with crimson cheeks and glittering eyes, babbled incessantly and resisted Boris's gentle restraint. He called me to help. At my first touch, she sighed and sank back, closing her eyes, and then, as we still bent above her, she opened them again, looking straight into Boris's face. Poor, fever-crazed girl, and told her secret. At the same instant, our 3 lives turned into new channels. The bond that had held us so long together snapped forever, and a new bond was forged in its place. For she had spoken my name, and as the fever tortured her, her heart poured out its load of hidden sorrow. Amazed and dumb, I bowed my head, while my face burned like a live coal. The blood surged in my ears, stupefying me with its clamor. Incapable of movement, incapable of speech, I listened to her feverish words in an agony of shame and sorrow. I could not silence her. I could not look at Boris. Then I felt an arm upon my shoulder, and Boris turned a bloodless face to me. It is not your fault, Alec. Don't grieve so if she loves you. But he could not finish. So if she did love him, why would she say that she didn't? I hate it here. Be honest with your feelings. Okay. Anyway. I guess? But is it hard to get if you're like, if you tell someone that you actively like someone else though, and then you flirt with that person in front of the person that you said you don't like? I don't know. It's convoluted. It's too convoluted to me. Have a good night, Cubby. Sleep well, okay? Metal gaming miniature made by Rapham. Named the King in Yellow is like a ghostly skeletal spectre. Yep. That sounds right to me. I'm pretending to love. Low-key. Welcome in, piss jug man. Or she's Polly. See, that's what I'm trying to figure out what it is, Cubby. It is as if they're trying to make them jealous, but it's unnecessary, right? We'll see where this goes. And swiftly into the room, saying, "Ah, the fever!" I seized Jack Scott and hurried him to the street, saying, Boris would rather be alone. We crossed the street to our own apartments, and that night, seeing I was going to be ill too, he went for the doctor again. The last thing I recollect with any distinctiveness was hearing Jack say, "For heaven's sake, doctor, what ails him to wear a face like that?" And I thought of the King in Yellow and the pallid mask. I was very ill. For the strain of 2 years which I had endured since that fatal May morning when Genevieve murdered. I love you, but I think I love Boris best. What? No mames. So it wasn't even like there's no question about it. Dude, that's crazy. Told on me at last. I never imagined that I could become more than I could endure. Outwardly tranquil, I had deceived myself. Although the inward battle raged night after night, and I, lying alone in my room, cursed myself for rebellious thoughts unloyal to Boris and unworthy of Genevieve. The morning always brought relief, and I returned to Genevieve and to my dear Boris with a heart washed clean by the tempests of the night. Never in word or deed or thought, while with them, had I betrayed my sorrow even to myself. The mask of deception was no longer a mask for me. It was a part of me. Night lifted it, laying bare the stifled truth below, but there was no one to see except myself, and one day broke the mask fell back again of its own accord. These thoughts passed through my troubled mind as I lay sick, but they were hopelessly entangled with visions of white creatures, heavy as stone crawling about in Boris's basin, of the wolf's head on the rug, foaming and snapping at Genevieve, who lay smiling beside it. I thought too of the king in yellow, wrapped in the fantastic colors of his tattered mantle, and that bitter cry of Casilda, "Not upon us, O king, not upon us." Feverishly I struggled to put it from me, but I saw the lake of Holly, thin and blank, without a ripple or wind to stir it, and I saw the towers of Carcosa behind the moon, Aldebaran, the Hyades, Alar, Hastur, glided through the cloud rifts which fluttered and flapped as they passed like the scalloped tatters of the king in yellow. Among all these, one sane thought persisted. It never wavered, no matter what else was going on in my disordered mind, that my chief reason for existing was to meet some requirement of Boris and Genevieve. What this obligation was, its nature was never clear. Sometimes it seemed to be protection, sometimes support. Through a great crisis, whatever it seemed to be for the time, its weight rested only on me, and I was never so ill or so weak that I did not respond with my whole soul. There were always crowds of faces about me, mostly strange, but a few I recognized. Boris among them. Afterward they told me that this could not have been, but I know that once at least he bent over me. It was only a touch, a faint echo of his voice, then the clouds settled back on my senses and I lost him, but he did stand there and bend over me once, at last. At least. No, that's really what he's trying to do, Rabbit. It's crazy. At last, one morning, I awoke to find the sunlight falling across my bed and Jack Scott reading beside me. I had not strength enough to speak aloud, and neither could I think, much less remember, but I could smile feebly as Jack's eyes met mine, and when he jumped up and asked eagerly if I wanted anything, I could whisper, "Yes, Boris." Jack moved to the head of my bed and leaned down to arrange my pillow. I did not see his face, but he answered heartily, "You must wait, Alec. You are too late to see even Boris." I waited, and I grew strong. In a few days I was able to see whom I would, but meanwhile I had thought and remembered. From the moment when all the past grew clear again in my mind, I never doubted what I should do when the time came, and I felt sure that Boris would have resolved upon the same course so far as he was concerned. As for what pertained to me alone, I knew he would see that also as I did. I no longer asked for anyone. I never inquired why no message came from them, why during the week I lay there waiting and growing stronger, I never heard their names spoken. Preoccupied with my own searchings for the right way, and with my feeble but determined fight against despair, I simply acquiesced in Jack's reticence, taking for granted that he was afraid to speak of them, lest I should turn unruly and insist on seeing them. Meanwhile, I said over and over to myself how it would be when life began again for us all. We would take up our relations exactly as they were before Genevieve fell ill. Boris and I would look into each other's eyes, and there would be neither rancor nor cowardice nor mistrust in that glance. I would be with them again for a little while in the dear intimacy of their home, and then, without pretext or explanation, I would disappear from their lives forever. Okay. Boris would know. Genevieve, the only comfort was that she would never know. It seemed as I thought it over that I had found the meaning of that sense of obligation which had persisted all through my delirium, and the only possible answer to it. So when I was quite ready, I beckoned Jack to me one day and said, "Jack, I want Boris at once, and take my dearest greeting to Genevieve." When at last he made me understand that they were both dead, dead from the fever. What? I fell into a wild rage that tore all of my little convalescent strength to atoms. I raved and cursed myself into a relapse from which I crawled forth some weeks afterward, a boy of 21 who believed that his youth was gone forever. I seemed to be past the capability of further suffering, and one day when Jack handed me a letter and the keys to Boris's house, I took them without a tremor and asked him to tell me all. It was cruel to make him oh my god, I can't read. It was cruel of me to ask him. I think they might have Nexus. They want to pressure the relationship, hang around on a hope, then that's more of a lust issue. Yeah, I agree. Maybe. I mean, it would fall in line with the whole yellow theme. I took them without a tremor and asked him to tell me all. It was cruel of me to ask him, but there was no help for it, and he leaned warily on his thin hands to reopen the wound which could never entirely heal. He began very quietly. Alec, unless you have a clue that I know nothing about, you will not be able to explain any more than I what has happened. I suspect that you would rather not hear these details, but you must learn them, else I would spare you the relation. God knows I wish I could be spared the telling. I shall use few words. That day when I left you in the doctor's care and came back to Boris, I found him working on the fates. Genevieve, he said, was sleeping under the influence of drugs. She had been quite out of her mind, she said. He kept on working, not talking anymore, and I watched him. Before long, I saw that the third figure of the group, the one looking straight ahead, out over the world, bore his face, not as you ever saw it, but as it looked then, into the end. Have a good night, Paladin. You sleep well, okay? This is one thing for which I should like to find an explanation, but I never shall. Well, he worked and I watched him in silence, and we went on that way until narrowly midnight. Then we heard a door open and shut sharply, and a swift rush in the next room. Boris sprang through the doorway and I followed, but we were too late. She lay at the bottom of the pool, her hands across her breast. Then Boris shot himself through the heart. What? Well, if they did get yellow fever, that's not what got him. Good Lord. Jack stopped speaking. Drops of sweat stood under his eyes and his thin cheeks twitched. I carried Boris to his room, then I went back and let that hellish fluid out of the pool, and turning on all the water, washed the marble clean of every drop. When at length I dared descend the steps, I found her lying there as white as snow. At last, when I had decided what was best to do, I went into the laboratory and first emptied the solution in the basin into the waste pipe. Then I poured the contents of every jar and bottle after it. There was wood in the fireplace, so I built a fire. In breaking the locks of Boris's cabinet, I burnt every paper, notebook, and letter that I found there. With a mallet from the studio, I smashed to pieces all the empty bottles, then loaded them into a coal shuttle. I carried them to the cellar and threw them over the red-hot bed of the furnace. 6 times I made the journey, and at last not a vestige remained of anything which might again, and in seeking for the formula which Boris had found. Then at last I dared call the doctor. He is a good man, and together we struggled to keep it from the public. Without him, I never could have succeeded. At last we got the servants paid and sent away into the country, where old Rossier kept them quiet with stories of Boris and Genevieve's travels in distant lands, from whence they will not return for years. We buried Boris in the little cemetery of Severs. The doctor is a good creature. Why are we calling people creatures? was shot through the heart, and you're to blame. You give love a bad name. Yeah, I guess. He knows when to pity a man who can bear no more. He gave his certificate of heart disease and asked no questions of me. Then lifting his head from his hands, he said, "Open the letter, Alec. It is for us both." I tore it open. It was Boris's will dated a year before. He left everything to Genevieve, and in case of her dying childless, I was to take control of the house in the Rue Saint Cecile and Jack Scott, the management at Ept. On our deaths, the property reverted to his mother's family in Russia, with the exception of the sculptured marbles executed by himself. These he left to me. The page blurred under our eyes, and Jack got up and walked to the window. Presently, he returned and sat down again. I dreaded to hear what he was going to say, but he spoke with the same simplicity and gentleness. Genevieve lies before the Madonna in the marble room. The Madonna bends tenderly above her, and Genevieve smiles back into that calm face that never would have been except for her. His voice broke, but he grasped my hand, saying, "Courage, Alec." Next morning, he left for Ept to fulfill his trust. Oh, that's rough. That's so rough, dude. The same evening, I took the keys and went into the house I had known so well. Everything was in order, but the silence was terrible. Though I went twice to the door of the marble room, I could not force myself to enter. It was beyond my strength. I went into the smoking room and sat down before the spinet. A small lace handkerchief lay on the keys, and I turned away, choking. It was plain I could not stay, so I locked every door, every window, and the 3 front and back gates and went away. Next morning, outside? From a home full of servants, friends, and lovers to an empty. Yeah, they moved swift. Alcide packed my valise, and leaving him in charge of my apartments, I took the Orient Express for Constantinople. During the 2 years that I wandered through the East, at first in our letters, we never mentioned Genevieve and Boris, but gradually their names crept in. I recollect particularly a passage in one of Jack's letters replying to one of mine. "What you tell me of seeing Boris bending over you while you lay ill and feeling his touch on your face and hearing his voice, of course, troubles me. This that you describe must have happened a fortnight after he died. I say to myself that you were dreaming, that it was part of your delirium, but the explanation does not satisfy me, nor would it you." Toward the end of the 2nd year, a letter came from Jack to me in India, so unlike anything that I had ever known of him that I decided to return at once to Paris. He wrote, "I am well, and sell all my pictures as artists do, who have no need of money. I have not a care of my own, but I am more restless than if I had. I'm unable to shake off a strange anxiety about you. It is not apprehension, it is rather a breathless expectancy of what God knows. I can only say it is wearing me out. Nights I dream always of you and Boris. I can never recall anything afterward, but I wake in the morning with my heart beating, and all day the excitement increases until I fall asleep at night to recall the same experience. I'm quite exhausted by it, and have determined to break up this morbid condition. I must see you. Shall I go to Bombay, or will you come to Paris?" I telegraphed him to expect me by the next steamer. Also, thank you for the follow. When we met, I thought he had changed very little. He insisted, look in splendid health. It was good to hear his voice again, and as we sat and chatted about what life still held for us, we felt that it was pleasant to be alive in the bright spring weather. We stayed in Paris together a week, and then I went for a week to Ept with him. But first of all, we went to the cemetery at Sevres, where Boris lay. "Shall we place the fates in the little grove above him?" Jack asked. and I answered, I think only the Madonna should watch over Boris's grave. But Jack was none the better for my homecoming. The dreams of which he could not retain even the least definite outline continued, and he said that at times the sense of breathless expectancy was suffocating. You see, I do you harm and not good, I said. Try a change without me. So he started alone for a ramble among the Channel Islands, and I went back to Paris. I had not yet entered Boris's house, now mine since my return, but I knew it must be done. It had been kept in order by Jack. There were servants there, so I gave up my own apartment and went there to live. Instead of the agitation I had feared, I found myself able to paint there tranquilly. I visited all the rooms, all but one. I could not bring myself to enter the marble room where Genevieve lay, and yet I felt the longing growing daily to look upon her face, to kneel beside her. One April afternoon I lay dreaming in the smoking room, just as I had lain 2 years before, and mechanically I looked among the tawny eastern rugs for the wolf skin. At last I distinguished the pointed ears and flat, cruel head, and I thought of my dream where I saw Genevieve laying beside it. The helmet still hung against the threadbare tapestry, among them the old Spanish morion which I remember Genevieve had once put on when we were amusing ourselves with the ancient bits of mail. I turned my eyes to the spinet. Every yellow key seemed eloquent of her caressing hand, and I rose, drawn by the strength of my life's passion, to the sealed door of the marbled room. The heavy doors swung inward under my trembling hands. The sunlight poured through the window, tipping with gold the wings of Cupid, and lingered like a nimbus over the brows of the Madonna. Her tender face bent in compassion over a marble form so exquisitely pure that I knelt and signed myself. Genevieve lay in the shadow under the Madonna, and yet through her white arms I saw the pale azure vein, and beneath her softly clasped hands the folds of her dress were tinged with rose as if from some faint warm light within her breast. Bending with a breaking heart, I touched the marble drapery with my lips, then crept back into the silent house. A maid came and brought me a letter, and I sat down in the little conservatory to read it. But as I was about to break the seal, seeing the girl lingering, I asked her what she wanted. She stammered something about a white rabbit that had been caught in the house, and asked what should be done with it. Does that mean that they come back to life eventually? Interesting. Okay. My interest is piqued. I told her to let it loose in the walled garden behind the house and open my letter. It was nothing but a series of prayers to me not to leave the house until he could get back. He could not tell me why. There were the dreams, he said. He could explain nothing, but he was sure that I must not leave the house in the St. Rue Cecile. As I finished reading, I raised my eyes and saw the same maidservant standing in the doorway, holding a glass dish in which 2 goldfish were swimming. Oh? Put them back in the tank and tell me what you mean by interrupting me, I said. With a half-suppressed whimper, she emptied water and fish into an aquarium at the end of the conservatory, and turning to me asked my permission to leave my service. Thank you for the follow. She said people were playing tricks on her, evidently with the design of getting her into trouble. The marble rabbit had been stolen and a live one had been brought into the house. The 2 marble goldfish were gone, and she had just found those common live things flopping on the dining room floor. I reassured her and sent her away, saying I would look about myself. I went into the studio. There was nothing there but my canvases and some casts, except the marble of the Easter lily. I saw it on a table across the room. Then I strode angrily over to it. But the flower I lifted from the table was fresh and fragile and filled the air with perfume. Then suddenly I comprehended and sprang through the hallway to the marble room. The doors flew open, the sunlight streamed into my face and through it. In a heavenly glory, the Madonna smiled as Genevieve lifted her flushed face from her marble couch and opened her sleepy eyes. That's it? That's where it ends? That's where it ends? I mean, yeah, she came back to... I guess I just thought that there would be a little bit more, like, conversation after that. Like, anything. Oh my god. R.I.P. Boris, though. Yeah, unfortunately, so the problem is that Genevieve threw herself into like the marbling liquid, which I guess was more of a preservation thing, and eventually it would fade, and you would be like healthy and alive. But Boris had been under the impression that it kills you, and that your life is extracted from the marbling liquid, and that's what makes you a marble. So when he saw Genevieve throw herself into the pool, he didn't want to live without her, I assume, and shot himself. So that is why he did not come back. Because he did not marble himself, he removed himself, per se. For lack of like a better term. That's crazy. I can't even imagine. Holy heck. He left the chat. Yeah. A 60 chess on her part. Give Boris the love he wanted, then got her chance with the MC. No, exactly. I want to read more of this. I think I want to read some more of this next week at some point. I'll definitely keep you guys posted, but it is 4 a.m. for me, and I do technically work in 4 hours. So, I'm gonna get you guys the raid message out here for you. There's something vaguely threatening about Boris. Something vaguely threatening about Boris. The fact that he was so willing to kill animals, like, pretty sus to me. But let's get you guys out to someone that we know and love very, very much. I'm gonna get you guys over to Mr. Silk ASMR. He's a pretty cool guy, you know. So let's go say hi, let's go give him some love. He's also nominated for best small streamer of the year. So we'll give him some love, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Okay? Have a good night, everyone. You sleep well. He's also doing ASMR, so don't worry. You'll be getting really cozy soon. Good night, guys.